There you go. It forgot my mic settings. Hey Lamer, have you gotten your Mac Mini yet? Mine is already ordered. I'm waiting for it to come in the mailbox. Hey Wilson. I think we were doing some Python shit on this one. Oh, Plasma has a massive update. Nice. I think. But M4, 16 gigs, it's like half the size. Smaller is better, I've been told. It's super nice. I can't wait. I just need to figure out what to do with my current Mac. Oh yeah, dude, I thought they forgot to put one in. I was looking at pictures for like 30 minutes to figure out where the fuck the power button was, and was like, do they want us to turn it on with a keyboard combination, or is it just auto turning on when you're moving a mouse? And then I saw some pictures online and it was in the bottom, and it's like, oh fucking hell. Yeah, I thought they were doing like the whole like weird thing that Apple does. Oh yeah. So here's another thing I thought that they did. I thought that if you pushed the whole, the physical fucking machine, the whole thing was a power button. So, the feet will then push up and hit something. Because that could be a neat trick. That if you push down, the on the whole body, it will turn on and off. I'm so fed up with Linux, man. I'm honestly so tired of Linux. I can really not be bothered with it anymore. Apparently you can hack it now with some kernel thingy they put in or something like that, which makes no sense. Starting up. I probably need to resize. Oh, it remembers the sizing of the window. Yeah, people will fuck around and fix that soon, I guess. I'm just tired of it's like, my thing with Linux at the moment is kind of like this. Imagine this. you're the closest to the perfect girlfriend that you can get wants you. But she's not super sexy. But then there's this like obnoxious, sexy girl that also wants you. But you have to work super hard just to get her out the fucking door. You know, like you have to like give her cosmopolitan fucking magazines all the time and fancy drinks and spend a lot of. And then sometimes she's just like, yeah, my nail broke. I can't go out until I get a manicure and stuff like that. And that's Linux. And she's like 90 or 80% as good as the other one. It's just way more work, and I just don't want to deal with it, man. Linux just is too much work. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. I honestly don't. It's just super fucking... And it's boring as fuck. Like, Linux is boring. They don't innovate anymore. They don't do anything new. They just sit around and fuck around about privacy and... You know... Honestly, the best privacy OS I've ever used is Mac OS. I'm gathering screenshots for a video I want to make soon that showcase all of the fucking things. Like I didn't know that even not doing anything with Chrome, it was accessing a lot of files on my computer. Just booting it up wants me to give it full fucking access to my what is? Oh, I'm on my Windows machine. I can't see it now. But it's like something super stupid. And macOS just tells me all of these fucking things that programs do. Oh, this program wants to keylog even when it's not open. How many people know that Discord is keylogging? And a lot of other... It's just like... Damn, I'm so tired of it. I thought I had, like, you know, a grasp of what programs did on my machines. Yeah. When I start using Mac OS, yeah. It just told me, yeah, this program wants this. And I have an icon that tells me every time a program is trying to use localization telemetry. Yeah, but it's doing it while it's not running. Also, everything you put on Discord you don't own, by the way. And it also wants to take control over your screen and control over your input devices. It wants to control all kind of crazy shit. It's... People that care about privacy should not be using Linux. Because people that use Linux don't know what the programs are doing. They just think that because they're using Linux, they are saved. Yeah, they're saved from the OS, but they're not saved from Chrome, VLC, Audacity, OBS. Like, you don't understand how much bullshit programs accesses until you're booting them up on a Mac machine. Funny enough. Because nobody sits and research every program they have on their computer to figure out what it does. Mac forces you to make a decision. If you open a program for the first time, it forces you to make a decision what access to give it. It's in your face. You can't go further. You have to say yes or no. Do you want to allow this? Yes or no? Do you want to allow this? Yes or no? And it's fucking irritating, to be honest. But at least, you know, it's like... It's making you aware that these programs are doing X, Y, and Z things. And like I said, like... It tells you with an icon, just like on your phone, when something is using your location. Your physical location for updating, for weather updating, whatever it is. I just fucking updated, you stupid idiot. Why are you being a bitch? Let's try again then. Did I put in the right password? Nope. See, is it because there's Flatpak updates? This is hey Becky, this is another fucking thing with like. I just fucking updated. Okay, so code. Yeah, it's a snap update. Let's update them. Like, you can make Linux the most secure fucking OS to ever exist on Earth. You have to spend a shit ton of hours doing it though. And you have to know exactly how to do it, where to do it, and when not. Hey Bob. And that's the issue. Most people that run Linux are not. Yeah, this is Fedora, yeah. Most people that run Linux are as unsecure as they would be on any other OS. Because they don't make the right decisions. They just use everything at default. And Linux at default is not more secure than any other OS. What is this unknown? Like, what is this? I can't even click more. What is this? Look, like, I literally just did an update. Like, not even 5 minutes ago I did an update. And it's doing this bullshit now. Oh, is the new release of Fedora come out? Oh, it's updating to Fedora 41, that's right. Right, the new Fedora came out. That could be it. That can be it, but why is it unknown? Yeah, it's probably because it's doing an OS update. I honestly am not that fussed about update speeds and package managers. I honestly couldn't give a fuck. I really don't care. Oh, I could make my Mac Mini into a streaming machine. So I could stream from the Mac Mini. Like, do recording and streaming from it. It could be my new creation machine instead of my gaming computer. Because I've decommissioned my gaming computer and buying one of those 1 liter desktops. Like a 12 core system is my next purchase. Because I only use Windows for development at the moment. No, I just stream directly from the Mac Mini. Just set everything up. Like I'm doing right now, I'm streaming not from Linux, but just do what I'm doing right now just directly from the Mac Mini. And then no Linux live streams anymore. You know, have like a public account. Set it up with a public account where I don't have any personal data on it and stuff like that. And then we, you know, do all Mac OS shit. That could be fun. And just make like an account. Because like I said, I'm only using my Windows machine for development now. I rarely use it at all. Oh, I'm not uploading any videos this week. I've been busy. I've been fucking coding the last week for like 10 hours a day. 10, 12 hours a day. I'm rebuilding an app or a tool into a new programming language. It just takes forever, man. Yeah, I totally forgot Fedora 41 is out. Is Ubuntu, what is it called? Ubuntu whatever out? Oh yeah, by the way, Lamer, Anton, and Becky, there's a Spurger in my channel on Discord. If he gets too much, just ban him. Like, he seems to be terminally online. If it becomes... You know who it is when you see it. But if it becomes too much and too spammy, just ban his fucking ass. Yeah, Max gives you the best of both worlds, yeah. But it is expensive. Like, I'm not going to lie. It does... Like, if you don't have that kind of money laying around... But here's the thing. A Mac Mini don't cost... It actually more... It's cheaper. Like, we did this on a live stream. For the price that my gaming computer cost, we could get a Mac Mini. And we could get... update issues. Of course, there's update issues. Oh, god damn it. Linux just work. Yeah, I could have saved money buying a baseline Mac Mini and an Xbox Series S. So it do I need to do the whole fucking terminal shit to get it to work like I did last time? Let's try and restart it. Because you probably need to jump repositories. I think the kernel does it by default, though. Supports the Snapdragon. I think I have Ubuntu installed, I don't know. I have a few VMs, I can't remember what they all have on them. I need to look up the Fedora documentation, so I can't remember how to do the command line thingy. We're still on Fedora 40. Yeah. Oh, it did something wrong now. Restart. There you go. God damn it, I pushed restart. What is going on with you? What the fuck is wrong? Like, what? Okay. Okay, you restart. Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, I'm sorry, but if you want to compete with Windows and Mac OS, shit like that should not happen. Like, that's not how you compete with the big boys. And why is it still telling me to boot into Fedora fucking 40? Oh, it's doing the offline update, I hope. No, it's not. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Dude, I've seen that a lot with the distributions. Yeah, it's the quality. Most open source software is just fucked up quality. They have a few good programs like OBS and VLC and stuff like that, and Audacity, but most of it is shit. Most of it is shit. Yeah, I'm an anti-Linux here. It's probably because there's some background processes and daemons that it's, it's waiting on shutting down or can't really shut down the correct way, and then they time out. And I had issues with that with I think it was under Tumbleweed at one point, where I couldn't properly shut it down because of KDE. So it would shut down, but then a KDE daemon or process would hold it. And you basically just have to wait for it to time out, and I think the timeout was like 1 minute or something like that. And then when it timed out, the system stopped. No, it can also be system D, but in my case, it was just KDE not stopping its subsystems correctly or something like that. Which was, again, like I said, like super irritating. And that went on for a while. Like, I had that issue for like 6 months or something like that at that time. And again, Tumbleweed is a rolling release, so you imagine that, they will fix it as soon as possible. But yeah, for like 6 months, that was a fucking issue. And then there was a massive update to KDE, and they fixed it. Well, technically, when you do an update on any Linux distribution, you should reboot. Because Linux, a lot of services only get restarted when you reboot. Or you have to sit and restart all the services manually. Because if you don't restart the services, you're still running on the old versions / configurations. So you're basically not taking into advantages the new updates. So a lot of the Arch Linux people that just sit there and updates for days and days without rebooting, yeah, their software is still days and days out of date in a lot of instances with a lot of the configs and setups in the backend. This is actually what it does now is actually the industry preferred way of updating systems. So what Windows do and what Fedora do is they reboot into basically a shell of the OS, so absolute minimum environment that it needs to run. And then it updates. That's the safest way of updating an OS. Because there's less things that can get, fucked up basically. You have less things running. So it boots into an environment that is just enough things running that the OS can actually update. And then it updates. So right now, there's no like graphical user interfaces or graphical protocols running. Yeah, if you update a core component, unless you know exactly how to restart those services, you should reboot. And some services can only be restarted with a reboot. And that's why a lot of people that never restart their computers but update all the time, they sometimes go into like stability issues, glitches and stuff like that, is because part of the software they're using are up to date, but the services or the config files, those services or that program is running off, a month old because they never restarted it. So they're running an up-to-date software with some features and new features and stuff like that are running off a month-old or 2-month-old script or configuration or cached version of the program. So they get mixed in with each other, and they can then go in and be, they can have like a massive fucking issue. Like any documentation will read recommends a restart after reboots. Or restart after reboots. After a major update. And that's what Snap and Flatpaks is trying to kind of help with, is that the things you do in Snap and Flatpaks are things that don't require a full system reboot. So they're separating core components for user components, if you want to call it that. It means that anything in universal package formats, technically you don't need to reboot your computer. And the issue with Arch Linux, Tumbleweed, Fedora, and all that shit is like when you're updating. I can show that in Fedora, but in most Linux distributions, you can't say I only want to update the core, the user programs, for example. So if you say update, no matter what you do, it will update the kernel, it will update everything at once, unless you specifically say, I want to update these specific programs. So a lot of people, like I said, they will run systems, but they need to fucking reboot, but don't do it. You can die with your desktop. You know the saying, adapt and overcome or get left behind. That's the thing. Sadly, there are too many people, and this is not just tech, but there are so many people that get stuck in like, I only want to use this, I only want to do this, and I only like this thing, and then they don't understand why everyone's getting promoted over them, and they don't understand why they're not getting a raise and stuff. It's because like, you either go with the flow or you get left behind, and if you get left behind, there's no need for you anymore in life. No. The underlying OS is almost useless for an end consumer nowadays. Because all OSs do a really good job at being an OS. Like Linux, Windows, Mac OS, FreeBSD, they all do an amazing good job at being an OS. Being the layer between you and the applications and the hardware. Yeah, I heard that they banned Russian maintainers. I don't give a fuck about that, to be honest. That's their issues, that's their headache, it's not mine, I don't give a fuck. They can ban whoever they want. Yeah, they banned all Russian maintainers. Which probably are the most fucking, or big majority of maintainers, to be honest. Let's see if we upgraded. We upgraded. Awesome source. But yeah, like I said, most OS, like the only reason why you would want to change your OS is hardware compatibility, peripheral compatibility, available software, and the workflow. And then, of course, if you have some like moral scrupulations or like, I don't like this OS because of some philosophical reasons, which is not a technical reason, it's a philosophical reason. Like, you can hate data collection as much as you want, but that's not a technical problem. That's a philosophical problem. It's not the OS is not technically worse because it takes data. You know? It's just doing something you don't like it to do, but that's not a technical reason to change the OS. Yeah, the Finland has been like Finland is kind of like Poland. They have all been like ever since they almost existed has been like almost fighting or on verge of fighting with Russia. I don't care. I honestly don't care. They can do like it's his project. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. However, I think it's a little bit like you're punishing people for things the government do. And a lot of the people that are Russian maintainers may not even fucking believe in the Russian government. So you are punishing people just for happen to be born in a place on Earth that you don't agree with the politics that's going on. And they don't, like, it's not like when they're on their way out of their fucking mom's pussy, they're like, hey, mom, stop! Click stick together. Can we move over the border before you push me out, please? You know, nobody fucking, we are not in control over where we get born. Sadly enough. And you're punishing people because you don't like a political system. Which, there's a massive difference between the populace and the political systems in a country. It would be like saying every North Korean citizen is a bad citizen because the government is bad. And we all know that's not the case, and we all wish we could help the North Korean people because we know how bad shit crazy the government treats those people. But there are still people in the North Korean society that supports the government because the government, you know, benefits them. And I just feel like it's it's like punishing people for, it's punishing the wrong people. Let me put it that way. You're punishing the wrong people. So here's the thing with Linus. I think Linus Torvalds is super overrated. Like, I really do. And the only reason his antics are tolerated, like the way he acts and you know, the way like he does a lot of weird shit. And a lot of times the only reasons why those are accepted by his peers is because he's Linus. You know, he made Linux. You know, had he been like a cubicle minion and acted that way, he would have been fired so many times. And the thing is, the only difference between Linus and a lot of other developers is he just had a good idea. Linus is not specifically like a rockstar developer. Linus is just he's a great developer, but he just happened to make a tool that is super important to the world called the Linux kernel. He's not even like Dr. House because he's not that brilliant. Like, honestly, I don't, Linus Torvalds is like above average at best developer. Like, he's not super. Like, you have to remember, most of the work that has been done with Linux is done by other people than Linus. Like, he's not the majority of code contributors to the kernel. He's just managing it. Yeah, because he was doing some anti-Vogue thing, yeah. Who's Richard? Richard who? There's many Richards. There's a few Richards in the open source community. Yeah, but that honesty and not giving a shit is not something to be proud of having. Stallman is shit. Richard Stallman is shit. Like, Richard Stallman is a super bad developer. He's not even a tech guy. He's a political activist, and he's living in a world that made sense in 1960s. Richard Stallman has no concept of whatever the fuck the world we live in today. Again, Richard Stallman just happened to make a license that a lot of people like. You have to remember, in history and in general, a lot of average people come up with a good idea. And because they come up with a good idea, people then put them on a pedestal and think they are above average, but they are not. Richard Stallman is borderline. Like, had Richard Stallman gone into religion, he would have been deemed a terrorist today, with the viewpoints he have. Because the way he looks at proprietary software and other or people that disagree with him is the same way that ISIS look at other people they don't like. The only saving grace here is that he's a software guy and he's not going to strap a fucking vest on with like boom boomy thingies on and run into a server room. You know. But his mindset is the same as like an ISIS fucking idiot. Or close to it. It's us versus everyone else, and we are the only one that should be allowed to exist because we know what's best for people. When someone say, I know what's best for people, you should never listen to them. Because nobody knows what's best for people. There's no one guy or one philosophy or one system that's best for everyone. The second someone say, I know what's best for you. Tablets are slow. So you're saying every Mac, iMacs are slow, MacBook Pros are slow, Mac Pros are slow, because they're all running tablet hardware. So yeah, stick that up in your butt. Yeah, well, then tablets are not slow, because Mac Pros or Mac is tablet hardware. They are all tablet hardware. Oh yeah, he likes his dead skin, yeah, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, what is it like? This thing here? Yeah, risk is the future, yeah. Yeah, her iPad is probably slow either because it's old or a lot of crap that she puts in it or on it. Why is it Bluetooth tinted? Wait, don't tell me that, like, it's not the fucking, What the fuck is wrong? Why is everything Bluetooth tinted? What? What? Who the fuck? Like, who gave Fedora LSD? What the fuck? What happened? Because it's not like, Wait. Let's do a test. Let's download a kitten here. Let's find a cat. Let's find a cute cat. One that's severely... Because this is white. This is also okay. Huh? Let's take this one and download it. Yeah, look. Yeah, Who the fuck talked up? Do I have any other browser? I have Firefox. Okay, it's not doing it. What's up with... How would you fix it though? Like... It must be the render engine that's fucked up though. Yeah, I'm sure it's Fedora. No, that's just refresh it. Yeah, I'm sure it's Chrome on my end that's the issue. Like, I'm sure that it's like my Chrome version that's the issue. But why is it the issue? And it has to have something to do with updating Fedora also. Oh, you're right, the link colors are off. Wait a minute, what if I, Oh god, that's... Oh. That's not what I want. Oh, this is almost blinding me. Where is the configuration thingy? What if I try to change theme? That don't work. Oh, that's ugly. No, but this looks like, yeah, the links are weird. Stop doing that. Is it doing the Mac thingy? It's doing the Mac thingy. Yeah. No, because this should not be this color here. This is rendered wrong. Yeah, it's rendering it. I'm in Orbeck. No, I'm not. That's when you move it back and forth, so you know where it is. It's macOS do the same. If you can't find your mouse, if you have like a big screen, the mouse can get away from you. You can do this to see where the mouse is. So it's basically just helping you find it. If you like, like me, I have like 2 screens, and sometimes I don't know what screen my mouse is on. So I can just do this, and then it pops up. I can see where it is. So Chrome is scuffed then. Let's use Firefox, I guess. That would make people happy. I probably need to reboot again. I think you can set the size in macOS. Like there's I think I saw some tweaking somewhere where you can make it even bigger. Oh, I don't think I have any other Chromium browser. No, I only have Fedora, not Fedora, Firefox and Chrome installed. I could download Edge, that's also Chromium, yeah. Where's the Linux version? Where the fuck is the Linux version? Oh, here. I accept. Edge is actually super good. I do like Edge. I use it at work. I likey. Completed. Let's get away from that bullshit. Yay! Oh. Holy shit. Yeah, this don't look right either. Yeah, this is that. It's a Chromium issue. Yeah, there is an issue with Chromium. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, this should be blue themed. Yeah, but Halloween was like a few days ago, though. Yeah, oh my god, he's definitely a fucking smurf. But why is the toilet paper not blue, though? That's what I don't get. The toilet paper with the counter is weird, but... And the pasta is blue. Is it yellow it has an issue with? Yellowish? Trump is definitely a fucking smurf. Yeah, you're right. Look at the cards. So it's a Chromium thing. It's a render engine thing. Does anyone want Fedora 41 with Chrome, and do they have issues? No, YouTube, it's the same shit. Oh, Putin looks like he's having a bad day. Maybe a reboot? Well, yeah, we could try it. Yeah, Putin, yeah. Okay, you don't have any issues. Weird. It must have been doing the update process. It's fucked something up. It still looks weird. Yeah, it's still the same bullshit. Something went wrong during the update. Is it their way of forcing Firefox? Oh, I don't get it. To do this. Potman. Communication channels. This looks like a management forced things on people, this one here. No, something broke during the update. I probably have to uninstall every Chromium thingy, like Chrome and not Firefox, Chrome and Edge, and then when I reinstall it will probably just be okay. What would happen? What would happen if the Linux desktop stopped being developed? Like it was only for corporate use. No Proton, or only like a crappy fucking desktop environment like XFCE. How would the people that use Linux now react? Twilight Tracker. If you're saying you can't do that on a tablet, look at Mac. Macs are tablets. It's tablet hardware. The only difference between a Mac Mini or a MacBook Pro is the OS. So all of your concerns that you're talking about will be fixed with a proper OS on those devices. Or an OS that gives you access to those things. And no, a desktop it's not everything you do serious computing work on. A desktop is a computer that physically sits on your desktop. That's why it's called a desktop computer. That's a term that get canned like or called like in the 70s or something like that. But just like a lot of crazy Linux people, they are forcing or change like the year of the Linux desktop has had. Now this is a fun thing. I find this so funny. According to Linux aficionados, the year of the Linux desktop has happened at least 10 times already. What do you say? Go Chrome flags. Let's try that one. Chrome. Oh. Oh. I need to turn on some lights. And what did you say? Color profile. Oh. Can I search for it? Is it force color profile? And what did you say? I don't have SCRPG. I have sRGB? That didn't work. Maybe this one. This is the one you're thinking about? Yeah, that did not work either. Yeah, it just don't give a fuck. Oh, force colors. Is this the one that's enable that one and try that one? Nope. Maybe disabling it? Nope. A theme? Honestly, I don't give a fuck. It's not worth fucking around with. But yeah, like the year of the Linux desktop is apparently have happened many years. Actually, it happened. Here's the fun thing. According to some Linux YouTuber, the last 4 years, the year of the Linux desktop has happened every year. Because they morph it into mean something so it makes sense that it has happened. And that's what people are doing with like desktops. Is like they're trying to do mental gymnastics to be like, yeah, but technically it's not dead because blah 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 blah. Again, the same hardware that is in your iPad M2 is the same hardware I have in my Mac Mini M2. The only difference is the PCB is a little bit bigger because I have more connections. The SoC is the same, the RAM is the same, the storage is the same. It's the exact same core components. Exact same core components. No different. Other than my motherboard has more Thunderbolt connections and USB connections. Which is basically just something you can put on. The SoC supports them. Nope. It's the exact same CPU. Or SoC. Exact same one. Do I have better cooling because I have a fan on it? Yes. It's the same GPU sizes and everything? Yes. Can you get bigger GPU dies on a let's say, a Mac Mini size platform? Yes, because it's bigger than your iPad. But they have the same core counts. Like, you have to remember, when you're gaming on a console, you're gaming on super limited hardware. And they're doing quite good. Of course, they're not as good as like a PC that has like a 490 in them. But they're doing good. Consoles are doing good. They're not unplayable. And a Mac Mini, or if you get like a Mac Max or Ultra, what they're called, they kind of have almost more processing power, or graphical processing power, than a console have. Look at it this way. Cyberpunk is coming to Mac OS. Cyberpunk. Oh, tablets already have replaced tablets. The thing is, tablets is out, or mobile devices, is outselling laptops and computers. Have done it since 2013. There are channels on YouTube that are dedicated to living off tablets as their main device for work, content creations, and all of that shit. Everything you can do on a computer, you can do on a tablet. And sometimes it's even faster on a tablet. You can plug in a screen, so you can have way more screen real estate. Sidecar, or what the fuck it's called on iPad OS. Samsung Dex is basically just a fucking slimmed down version of KDE or whatever they're using. That gives you like an almost identical working environment as if you were on Windows or Linux. With multiple windows open, drag them around, and taskbars, and start menus, and all that fucking shit. Crysis is, yeah, of course it can run Crysis. You can probably run Crysis on your toaster nowadays. Why do I get like a fucking advertisement for girls? Let's see if I can find the chat. There's one guy I like to watch a lot. He's actually quite good. This guy done a video where he tried it out. It's of course not perfect yet because a lot of software is not made yet for it, and it's not optimized enough for it yet. Do I need to open up my fucking because I followed this dude for a few years now, I think it is. I watch him like on and off. Give me a second, I need to figure out who the fuck he is. Oh, this is the wrong channel. It's not Kyle Eriksson. Did I unsub him? I don't think I did. Here. Christopher Lively. Yeah, this dude here. He lives off mobile devices like 98% of the time. I think he has a MacBook and he has an NAS server, but he rarely uses the MacBook. And he's by far the only one doing this. He's editing his video. He also I think he used this for editing at some point, but he lives off his tablet. There are developers developing off tablets. Look here, tablet with a big screen on it. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. The software's not perfect. Like traditional desktops still have a massive advantage, but this is like so soon, man. Like this is coming so soon. DaVinci Resolve now work on a tablet. You can now edit with DaVinci Resolve. That's like the version 19 of DaVinci Resolve gave you tablet editing capabilities. I honestly don't understand why people are so ignorant. Here, that's another video. This is 3 years ago. My video editing and photo editing iPad workflow. I don't know why people are so disconnected from a tablet and a phone versus their desktop computers. They are not that different, other than the processing architecture. So this burger in my Discord was asking me how I knew how much people know about the things I'm talking about. And I told him it's the question they ask and the things that they are telling me. So if you're a mechanic and someone that don't know anything about cars start to talk to you about cars, you know it right away. If you're a hairdresser and someone is trying to talk about hairdressing, you know that they don't know what they're talking about really fast. And I don't know what the disconnect between... I do think I know what it is. So it's the marketing. Part of it is that mobiles and tablets has been marketed as a companion to your computing lifestyle. Because that, in the beginning, that's the only thing they could do. They couldn't do much other than, you know, consume on them and text each other and take weird pictures and dick pictures and stuff like that. Nowadays, a tablet and your phone is more powerful most of the time than the computer you have right now, besides the graphic card. Like, of course, if you have a 490, they can't beat that yet. But look at all of the mobile games that are on mobiles right now. And how good they are. Call of Duty is on there, Fortnite is on there, you know. And I think a lot of people are still in that mindset that, well, a tablet is basically just a bigger phone, so that means that it's just better to consume content on, but that's all you do on it. It's like if you want a bigger screen to watch your Pornhub on, more or less. You know. So here's the thing. A lot of people, and this is like either you follow along or you get left behind thing. A lot of people have invested, me included, a lot of money and a lot of time into this thing called a desktop computer. You know, spent countless amount of money and hours on it. And the thought that is going to be obsolete, that the knowledge they have about it is going to be useless in a decade or so, is scary for them. Because, oh my god, now I have to learn a new thing, I have to adapt to a new thing, I may not really like that new thing. Like, you know, I like to look at my big massive computer where I can see all the components and I can, you know, take shit out and put shit in. That's more what I like. And oh, if I have to deal with tablets and oh my fucking god, you know, it's just scary for them to change. So they try to hold on to that thing that they're good at. Because they don't want to change. They don't want to learn. They don't want to adapt. The sad reality is, as strong as you are mindset-wise and how right you think you are, the world will move on. You know, like, the workforce, society, whatever is happening, they don't give a fuck about what you think is the best thing. They don't give a fuck about what you like to do the best. It's actually super democratic when you think about it. The thing that wins in the world is the thing that most people are using, or like to use, or agree upon, or adopting. More and more people are adopting phones and tablets. I don't like it. I don't like it. But that's how it's going. So I can sit here and be like a grumpy old man, be like, no, it's only for kids and people that watch TikTok and nah. Or I can be like, hey, let's embrace it, let's go on and let's learn. Like, I'm starting to learning app development now. On top of some other fucking shit I'm learning. Because that's the future. That's the future. That don't mean that you can't get jobs and there's no jobs for desktop computers. And of course there is. It just means that there are being less and less of them. And then at some point, there are so few of them left, and so few people know how to do it, that if you're one of those people that know how to do that, you can get a lot of money. But that will only last for like until they get it phased into the new thing. So right now, I think it's Fortran or something like that in the bank industry. They are trying to, like most of the bank industry in the world is done in Fortran or some fucking weird ass language. And almost nobody knows how to code in it anymore. So they're migrating over to Java and Python. So if you know, I think it's Fortran. So if you know Fortran, or Cobalt. So if you know Cobalt, right now you can earn a fuck ton of money. But they will only last about 3 or 4 years, 5 years maybe. Maybe 10 if you're lucky. And not only that, you have to compete with a shit ton of other people. But they are migrating over to Java is super big in the financial industry at the moment. And that's what I mean, is like we can all sit here and like, I don't like what's happening. That's cool. That don't mean it won't happen. Or I like this thing better than this thing, so therefore I will not acknowledge that other thing is taking off. Well, then you're going to be left behind. You know. Quantum computing is failing at the moment. Quantum computing, don't believe it until you see it. Until you have a physical, workable quantum computer that can do everything they promise they can do, don't believe it. Because it's a lot of theory. A lot of theory. It's like AI, yeah. And a lot of people use the term quantum computing when they're not really using quantum computing. Because the thing with quantum computing is like the second you start to actually interact with it or measuring it, you're fucking it up. The math don't work anymore. But yeah, a lot of people they get good at one thing, and then they just want to stick with that thing because that's what they know. That's their comfort zone. But those are also the people that they will do well for a while in any work environment, but at some point, especially when they get a little bit older, where the thing that they know and learn is not that valid anymore, they are the ones that are not getting the next promotion. They're the ones not getting the good jobs anymore. They're the one getting left behind. They're the one that sits in the corner in the development room that is like, oh, we have this like old program we made like 30 years ago. Go ask, Bob over there in the corner that is foaming out of his mouth because Cobalt is not the primary language anymore. Those people are going to be them. Or the people that are in an archive somewhere in the basement talking about the working 20 hours at night doing Fortran code on a tape-driven server, That would become, they would become them. Because they don't want to evolve with what's going on. And then you have like a fucking 70-year-old nuthead that is like, oh, quantum computing, I'm learning that fucking shit. And then he's taking jobs away from 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds because he actually wants to fucking adapt. And they're pissed off that this old dude with gray fucking bald hair is taking their jobs. Yeah, that's because he's adapting. He's following along. He's doing what people want him to do. You can be a rebel and be left behind a lot of times, or you can just follow along. And I know this sounds weird, but for a lot of people and in a lot of instances, it's actually better for you as a human to just follow along. Because you get more out of life. You know the saying, a happy wife, a happy life? It's the same with like, you can be right or you can have a job. You know, you could be right or you can have a well-paying job. You know, a lot of things in life, you just have to follow the stream, man. And then you can go outside a little bit, do your little like rabble thing, you know, make your little mark on. But for the most part, you are not important enough, or in a important enough position that you can change the world. A lot of people that changed the world, they followed the stream until it became powerful enough to change the world. Elon Musk didn't start it out from his mom's fucking womb and was like, solar energy, SpaceX, Tesla. No, he started a few companies, and you know, he some didn't work out, some PayPal worked out, they bought him out, he got in, he followed the stream until he got enough money that he could start to go against the norm. And that you can't sit at home being a janitor and think you can change society. You have to get into the position where you have the power to change society or whatever you want to change. But to get into that position, you have to play the game until you get into that position. Because else they would just laugh at you, kick you out, and not take you seriously, or you would not even get started yet. This is one of the things that is why the GNU and the Free Software Foundation is not going anywhere. They are so gung-ho on being right and changing the world from yelling at a couch, basically. They are not in a powerful enough position that they can change anything. And for a while, you have to play ball, man. You have to bend over and take it up the ass for a while. That's, you know, we all were newbies at a job at one point. You know, we all have been, I hope, a lot of us, has been apprentices at a job at one point. And we did all of the fucking stupid, crazy work. You know, unclog the toilet, go for a beer run, go for, you know, hot dog run, you know, drive this customer that was irritating home. You know, we all did all the jobs nobody else wanted. So we could prove ourselves that we were, you know, part of the team and we could do the job. And then when we could do the job and we could prove we did the job, we got the diplomas and all that fucking shit, and we followed along with the stream. Now it was our turn to have a little bit of power. And you could then say to the next apprentice, do this because I got treated like shit, I will treat you like shit. Or you could go against the grain and say, you know, just because I got treated like shit, I'm not going to treat you like shit. I'm going to treat you more, you know, like a human. But you had to go through being treated like shit by everyone else till you get into that powerful position. Or that position over another apprentice. So you basically have to get your diploma, you have to get your education, you have to get a steady job, you have to be regarded as a junior, senior developers. Now you have a little bit of power to change the situation. If you come in as like a first day on the job and think you can change the fucking world, you're not lasting long, my friend. I've left jobs because of that. Like, they were so fucked up that I didn't want to go through that shit just so I could change shit. Because that job was just like, the whole management team was just fucked up. You know. And if you come into situations like, okay, this is just doomed from the beginning, you find another job. But a lot of fucking people online, they want to have the same power as the president. They just don't want to go through like the decades of fucking political bullshit to get there. They want to wake up in the morning with a big fucking bone on, jerk it off in the toilet, and go out the door and they're like, welcome, Mr. or Mrs. President. That's what they want. That's not how the world works. You have to go through a lot of people and barriers to get to where you want, no matter how small it is or how big it is. The bigger it is, the more harder it is. This whole like internet activism, I'm an internet star, I'm a rebel kind of thing, nobody gives a fuck what you're doing on the internet. And the only people that gives a fuck about what you're doing on the internet are other terminally online people on the internet, or companies that are living off terminally online people on the internet. So entertainment industries and stuff like that. And You can piss off everyone on the internet and still be a successful person outside of the internet. Think about that. It's a little bit harder to piss off everyone on the outside of the internet off and still being able to succeed on the internet. We have the Logan Pauls of the world, but they are like a crazy anomaly because they also piss everyone off online and offline. But they still manage to have a fucking brand for some fucking weird reason. Maybe there's a lot of teenagers. There's just like stupid people. I don't know. I don't get why those people are so fucking popular. But like the same with like the Island Boys or what they're called. Like the what? What is like that Jack Doherty that goes around and hide behind a fucking bodyguard that most fucking guys could punch out if they actually want to punch him, and was not afraid of him. It's like I love the online people because they are so not the online people. Like I love the way people are online because it's such a interesting and weird thing. Like, I have followed this whole thing since it started out. I was like a young teenager when the internet came about. And people started to go on chat rooms and we did the same. Here's the thing. We did the same fucking bullshit like you guys were doing. You know, if you were in a chat room and we talked with someone that we thought was a girl, we were fucking Navy SEALs and black belts in all fucking martial arts you could dream of, and we had the biggest fucking dick on the street and all of those fucking things. Until, you know, most people realized it was probably like a 50-year-old fucking predator sitting there wanting you to send, you know, your little 12-year-old penises to them and stuff like that. You know, like... But we did all the fucking same shit as people are doing today. And that's one thing, the only thing that has changed with how people that are new to the internet acts is that they are doing it worse today than they did back in the day. So trolling back in the day was fun and harmless. Trolling today is like swatting and getting people fucking almost killed and stuff like that. You know, it just has escalated with the stupid shit people do online. But it's the same mentality. Yeah, same shit, different smell, yeah. But the thing is that the only reason why they do it is because there's no consequences. That was the same reason why we did it when I was a kid. Nobody knew that I was called Big Dick 25 on the fucking internet or whatever I called myself. So I could sit on the internet and say, oh my god, my cheat has the most biggest boobs I've ever seen, and I want to fucking motorboat and suck those sockers till I fucking pass out. I would not go up and say that to her face. But I could do it on the online, and we could laugh about it online. And the only thing they knew was there was someone in that class that talked about that big titty teacher. Like, if there was consequences of what people did online, people would be so differently online. That's why I can't take anything seriously that someone says in a comment. Because unless it's another YouTuber, if you take YouTube. I don't care what anyone say about how I should do my channel if they don't have a YouTube channel themselves. Where they put their face out there. Because when you do that, there's consequences of what you're doing. That's the biggest not issue, but the biggest thing that a lot of people think they have so much power over, let's say, content creators by watching and commenting. No, you don't. You have no skin in the game, so why should we take you seriously? But if another YouTuber talks to you about something, that's when you listen, because you know who they are. You have seen them. Other people have seen them. If they're giving you super bad advice or telling you to do shit that will hurt someone, stuff like that, there's someone you can physically blame for it. You know, there's consequences what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, probably. I don't know what the term is. I don't give a fuck about that, to be honest. But yeah. But there's a lot of fucking... Like I said, we have one in my channel right now that's spurking out like a motherfucker. And it's just so funny to see. It's so funny to watch. And it never changed. It's the same kind of people that do it. They do it in the same way. They're just doing it more aggressively nowadays. You know, everyone loved to say that back in the day, the internet was like the Wild West. Yeah, back in the day, we didn't swat people. Back in the day, we didn't try to get people killed. Back in the day, we didn't try to bully people into, you know, offing themselves in Minecraft and stuff like that. We didn't try to get people fired. We didn't try to get people kicked out of their school and stuff like that. We never did stuff like that. We never took it to that level. But it's the same kind of people with the same mentality doing that today. Because they figured out they can. And there's no consequences. Had we known we could do that back in the day, we probably would have. We just didn't know it was an option. And honestly, we didn't thought that it would, because, like, you know, in the early days of the internet, we still didn't really think that, we still thought a lot of people knew who the fuck we were. You know, so there was still like, yeah, but they can figure out who we are, which they can if they wanted to be honest. That's why a lot of people getting caught nowadays, but... people think that they can do whatever they want online because it's not their name. So they think they are anonymous, but they are not. And that you see, like, a lot of hackers, they're getting caught so fucking fast nowadays. They are not getting easier to be influenced. No, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. More, the problem is that more bad people that know how to influence people have realized that they can do it online. Easier, faster, and cheaper. So the Logan Pauls of the internet, you know, before the internet, they would probably have been running some scam somewhere. You know, they would be like that dubious fucking company or that dubious local store that, you know, did some dubious shit that, you know, was needed or people liked, but they were like a little bit of... They probably would have been like selling drugs or something like that. Probably. Because it's easy money. Pyramid scam. Yeah, pyramid scam people. Exactly, yeah. Probably, yeah, multi-marketing. Yeah, they would probably have been into that. They would be running around selling Tupperware in the 80s or something like that. You know? But now, the only difference is today than back in the day is that a lot of those kind of people, the scammy people, the multi-level marketing people, the snake oil people, they found out that you can do it so easy on the... You can reach more people, of course, on the internet. So it's super easy to manipulate people into giving you a lot of money. And that's why we have the Logan Pauls and blah, 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 blah. I don't think people are more easily influenced. It's just that you reach more people on the internet. And the people that used to manipulate people in real life can do it more easily online. And that's where they are migrated into. You know, like, it's one of those things that's... Yeah, that's super laggy. It is super laggy. It is just one of those things, I guess. Let's just put some captions on there. Oh, this is super laggy. Yeah, the Bitcoins, the NFT, but not so much that, like, live streamers, content creators. There are a lot of live streamers and content creators out there that will pretend to be your friend because it gives them a lot of money. And those are probably the people that have been like, you know, you see the live streamers that are like, oh, so nice to have you here, you know, like they're overly fake friendly towards everyone that gives them money and stuff like that. Those people probably be the multi-marketing pyramid scheme people. Because how do you get people into a pyramid scheme? You need to have some people skills. So people with good people skills to manipulate they do the whole live streaming thing and manipulate people into giving them money and pretending to be their girlfriend, boyfriend, best friend, whatever the fuck them. They are whatever you want them to be. And super manipulative about it. Where the people that are selling you or make like scam products, selling you things like there's not, like promise you one thing and selling you another thing. That's the NFT/Bitcoin pros, They will be selling you a dodgy old car or dodgy old TV, or they will be like, yeah, we can put a floor in for half the price, and they will only do like a half-ass job or something like that. Those are like the Logan Pauls kind of people. But if you really sit down and look at live streamers, specifically live streamers, I noticed that there's a lot of tweets of those. They are super manipulative. If they see a whale coming in the stream, they are sucking that whale's cock or vagina like it's nobody's business. So I used to stream a lot on Twitch a few years ago. And one person I was really good friend with would donate a lot of money to a lot of people. And everyone in my circles knew about this person. Like, they knew this person's name online. And every time that person came into their stream, that person got favorable treatments. They would suck up to this person in hope that said person would give them a lot of money. It was like clockwork. And he asked me one day, why is people treating me different? He says, it's because they know you're a big whale. They know you will donate a lot of money. So they will treat you different from anyone else in hope that you're giving them a lot of money. That's basic manipulation right there. I'm treating you differently in hope that you're going to throw money in my face. Had you not been a whale, I will treat you in another way. That's manipulation. And you see that a lot on Twitch. With a lot of the... You know what category we go into there on Twitch. But it's both guys and girls who do it, by the way. Like I said, this guy, like, he couldn't, like... If people knew about him, like, knew of him, I've heard stories of him, if his name popped up, even if he didn't say anything, like, oh, I noticed you in here, oh, I hope you feel welcome, and please say something. They don't do that for any fucking one else. They don't do that for some random name that they don't know who the fuck it is. And that random name could be a fucking billionaire, by the way. But that's how fake a lot of people are. And to to piss off the Linux crowd, you see that with Linux people also. A Linux person will favorably treat another Linux person and allow another Linux person to do way worse thing than they normally would allow them to do because they are a Linux person. They don't hold them up to the same standard as everyone else. Yeah, Mr. Big Money. Yep. Yeah. I've seen Linux users almost bully a fucking, or berating I can't remember if it was a Windows or Mac user for saying something, while 10 other fucking Linux users were saying the same shit and they did nothing about it. Because they were Linux users. I've seen that in the Rust community also. Funny enough. The Rust community is super weird. It's a super weird place to be in. I know of developers that don't want to learn Rust because of the community. I don't get why. Well, I do, but let me put it this way: you have to lack a shit ton of fucking people skills to think that that's okay to be that way. Or they are trying to gatekeep a place for them where they can be obnoxious motherfuckers. That could also be a thing. You know, so the toxic minority, they know that they are toxic minority, but they will do everything they can to keep the place they're in because they know they can be toxic in that place and nobody really does anything about it. And their biggest fear is not enough people come in and figure out how obnoxious they are and then kick them out. So therefore they gatekeep the, you know, the process or the advancement of what they are believing in, because they're afraid that if more and more people come into that place, more and more people figure out how obnoxious they are, and then they will be kicked out of the community, basically. That's definitely some people's reasons for doing what they do with Linux and Rust and other Xboxes and PlayStations. Which is sad. It's a sad situation. I just like how easy it is to piss off Linux users. It's like, it takes no effort. No fucking effort. Hey, Ham Radio. Like, it's like low-hanging fruit. It takes no effort. And I find that super interesting. They do stand still. So KDE and GNOME. So the reason why we have GNOME 3 is because of touch interfaces. So they are standing still. That's why a lot of people didn't like GNOME 3 in the beginning, was because it's too touch interface focused. And KDE has the same with KDE 3 when that came out, which is like the precursor to Plasma. They also already back then did a lot of focus on touch-friendly desktops. They're just continuing doing that work. This is like 15-year-old or something like that. I don't know, like in 2011 it came out, so 13 years old or something like that. Here's the thing. I don't have any opinion about Linux desktops, because I don't give a fuck what Linux desktop people use, as long as you understand that it just becomes a support nightmare. You want better support for Linux, you want more people to adopt Linux. Cut down on the desktop environments. Like, massively cut down on the desktop environments. But you can't have both, you know. Yeah. But here's the thing, most things with Linux has stagnated since 2000 and maybe 11 and 12. We haven't really gotten anything massively new in Linux for the last decade. And the new things we have gotten are super minute little new things. If you go back to the 2000s, 2010s, Linux was like the place that made multiple desktops popular. Linux users was the first one to have multiple virtual desktops. Mac and Windows copied. We had like spinning globes and all that fucking shit. You know, like from 2000 to 2010-ish, Linux was the trendsetter. Linux was the place where people went to see what the future is. Because what Linux did in that period, everyone else copied. Now it's the other way around. GNOME wants to be more like Mac OS. KDE wants to be more like Windows. They're basically just copying Mac OS and Windows. On a technical level, the only real fucking innovation we gotten is universal package formats. But they've also been around for many moons. You know, it's how often have you seen a feature nowadays that just like, oh, we had that in Linux for 2, 3, 4 years. Now it's like, oh, Windows or Mac OS had that feature for 3, 2 or 4 years when it comes to the desktop. The Linux desktop innovation has stagnated since, in my opinion, since 2011-12 is. Because universal package formats is not really a desktop thing. It's a corporate thing. And on the corporate side, Linux do a lot of innovations on the server side and stuff like that. They were the first ones to adopt Docker containers and Docker management and stuff like that. Virtualization and what have you not. Or at least do it properly. But for the consumers of the desktop OS, Linux have not really innovated in a long time. HDR, ray tracing. Heck, we can't even use, what is it, HDMI 3 or whatever the fuck it is. We can't use that on Linux anymore. Yeah, Linux on NASes, on servers, on routers, on IoT devices is the fucking best thing in the world. But I'm just fed up with Linux on the desktop. When I used to use Linux on the desktop, it was like going into the future. This is what everyone else is wanting in the future on their desktop. Now, when I go into Linux desktop, it's like, oh, we are back to XP again. You know, like, we are living in 2010 again. You know. Yeah, but Steam Deck with SteamOS is a really specific, purposely built machine. It's not meant to be a generalized desktop computing device. It's meant to be a gaming device primarily that you can, if you want to, dock in to be a desktop thingy. But that's not the primary focus on it. It's just a neat little extra feature, so to speak. Well, the Steam Deck can also run Windows, by the way. And a lot of people do install Windows on it. And with the ROG Ally and stuff like that, the Steam Deck may be in problems, man. Yeah, the whole Cosmic thing is a weird fucking issue, man. Yeah, Linux, I've said that a lot of times. Linux is a one-thing operating system. Like, Linux is the OS that you put in if you want something to be, you know, if you have a hardware or in a situation where you don't have to do many things. It don't have to do many things. So you put it in refrigerators, TVs, IoT devices, NASes, which they do more than one thing. But they have one purpose, you know, like they are a one-trick pony more or less. You know, like the way that you set up a file server, web server with Linux is not the same way you set up your desktop environment. Or your desktop OS. They're not even close to being the same. Holy shit, he's getting slower and slower. I wonder why he's slowing down. It's probably because we don't have a proper hardware acceleration in the VM. But again, there are people that want to shoehorn Linux in to be a desktop OS because they want to be special, they want to be different, they want to go against the norm and blah 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 blah. And then they are mad that they are getting treated differently. They are mad that they don't have the same options that everyone else have. Well, that's what you get. If you don't want to be part of the group, you don't get the same benefits as the group. It's that fucking easy. So you can either be outside of the group and try and change things and make it your own, which a lot of times will fail, or you can be the part of the group and get all the things you actually really wanted. But you have to sacrifice a few things. I've heard that a lot with Steam Deck. A lot of people of the use of the Steam Deck is not that fun about, not fun, but happy with it. But apparently there's coming up version 2 out soon. Because of the whole ROG Allies and all that fucking shit. the legions and what have you not. I wonder what speed this is like rendering on. I wonder if this would go faster on Chrome. My whole UI is lagging as a motherfucker. Is it still fucked up? Yeah, it's still fucked up. Yay! Mr. Blue! God damn it. So it runs better on Chrome, but the coloring is fucked up. I think the version 2 will run Linux. I'm done with Fedora. I can't deal with this shit. Let's see what other distro I have. We could go to good old Debian. I think it's still Debian I have on it. It is. I like Mint. Yeah, Mint is great. I have no problem with Mint. I should just stick with fucking Debian. So in my video where Linus forced me to switch to Windows, I used Mint for about a month on my laptop. I liked it. It was okay. It was not as good as Windows, but it was the best laptop OS I've run in a long time on Linux, like Linux-based OS. There just is something about Debian. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's just like if you can deal with the fear of missing out kind of thing that a lot of people will get with running Debian because they think they're running too outdated software. Yeah, go do your thing, man. It's a super good distribution. Yeah, I've only heard good things about Debian. The Debian Ubuntu also have a great community though. Like Ubuntu and Debian, they seem to have their shit put together. Like if I'm going back to Linux on my laptop, it's probably going to be either Debian or Ubuntu. One of those things, one of those two. Because I don't even have Chrome installed. Vivaldi. Oh, it's doing that glitchy thing again. What the fuck are we looking up at Statistia? We have YouTube in here. Hobby Linux. How is Mr. B still uploading videos after his fucking bullshit that he, like, why do people like him to begin with? I always thought he was like a weird ass motherfucker. True. That's like when Windows Subsystem for Linux 2 came out, I saw a lot of videos on YouTube from Linux people moving over to Windows because of it. Because it just made their work life so much better. Let's see how Mr. Levy is playing on Debian. iPad accessories are used. Let's watch that one. We updated some settings, including turning off ad personalization because we are not sure you're over 18. Thank you so much, good sir. Or good AI, or whatever the fuck you are. But Poppy Linux used to be fucking the rage back in the day, man. Oh yeah, it's running way better here. Yeah, way better. You lost some weight, my friend. Ugh. But yeah, I'm not uploading any videos tomorrow. I don't know if I'm uploading next week also because I'm super busy. Things just work, man. I'm sitting in my underwear, so I don't think that would be a good idea. It for some reason it's super hot in my apartment today. I think my computer is like heating up my room, so I had to fucking take my shirt off because I was sweating like a motherfucker while waiting at my coding project. And it's also super dark at the moment, so you wouldn't be able to see much anyway. Oh, I can't wait for my Mac Mini to come. A lot of people use CalDigits. They are expensive, but they must be good. Like that's like I think it's like a $300 and something hop, or what you will call it. Look how much better this one compared to Fedora. I turned it off. I turned it off. That's why I have captions on. I turned it off. It's just so we have something in the background. It's not like it's not meant to. We're not meant to watch this shit. So. No. No backporting. I would go up to like I would once in a while roll into testing and run Debian testing, but I never ran Debian on bare metal for a long time. I always ended up just moving over to Ubuntu. But yeah, I would for like for quite a while I would just run testing. But mostly I will just be like, Ubuntu is great enough of a Debian experience, in my opinion. So, like, if you want GNOME, you might and a quote unquote Debian experience, just run Ubuntu. You know, I used to run Kubuntu quite a lot. Yeah, Debian is like, when people say that Linux just work, yeah, that's Debian. Debian is super stable. Debian is super fucking consistent, but you're sacrificing a few things by that. And you may end up having to like find your own versions of packages or compile them yourself. But if you're not afraid of that, Debian can be a great system. But when you go outside the repos, you then have to become your own maintainer, basically. And that's kind of a little bit the problem with Linux also, is that when you go outside of the ecosystem of the distribution that you like, you now become the maintainer of that fucking program that you then need to find and install and what have you not. And if that becomes 2 or 3 and 5 or 10 and 20 different fucking applications, yeah, it is. Knoppix is still around, yeah. You now spend more time maintaining packages than you do running the system at some point. That's why I kind of went away from Slackware back in the day, when they didn't really have a proper package manager. I was spending more time administrating packages than actually running the system. And that just became super irritating. I don't know if I could live on a tablet, man. I actually used to main Knoppix. I think it was like in 2006 or something like that. Yeah, if you set up Debian quite well, yeah, you're having a great experience. Debian is probably the closest to like the real Linux experience. Like what everyone talks about Linux is, they are talking about Debian. Because then you get all the problem with a lot of distributions is all the modding they do. Like, they're doing this thing and that thing, and then it just becomes incompatible with a lot of other things, and you have to run things from their repos, or else you get issues and blah, 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 blah. You know, like a deb package for Ubuntu may not work on Debian and the other way around. Because they have a whole different package manifesto and whatnot. Hey, Don. Like, if I should mainline Debian, I think the only thing I wanted to, like, in quotes, backport, I would probably not even backport, I would just download the deb file of the vanilla kernel, would be the Linux kernel. Just like to have the latest Linux kernel, but there's already deb packages for the latest Linux kernel. I think there's already repos to get that. Because I don't give so much fucks about the desktop environments anymore. It don't matter that much about the new features for most desktop environments, because like I said, they're not really innovating. The best thing they're doing with desktop environments is it just looks nicer. Like, they're updating the looks more than they're updating anything else. And then you get a small little feature here and there, and that's about it. I don't need a tablet. I have a tablet I haven't used in forever, like a Android tablet. After I got my MacBook Air, I don't need a tablet anymore because it's so small. Like a 13-inch. And it's so slim and small, I just use it in bed. And I get a proper keyboard and all that fucking shit. That's the only issue I have with a lot of tablets, is that you can't get good stands for them. They only works well if you're sitting at a desk. Like laptops, they are great because they actually work on your lap, you know, like you can actually have them on your lap without them falling over and shit like that. I've yet to see like a proper stand for, or proper enclosure for a tablet that makes it easy to sit with it on your lap and stuff like that. It's always super uncomfortable. Or in bed and what have you not. When they figure that one out, I'll probably move back to tablets. And of course, coding. It's just more convenient to code on a desktop OS than a tablet OS. That looks a lot like my keyboard. Just another theme caps I've on. That's weird. You can, like, if you want like a M1 or M2 MacBook Air, they are so cheap nowadays. I have a M1. And I love it. It's still, like, battery life is still amazing on it. It's an old school computer. The only thing is that I I forgot to look at the storage. So I got like an educational model, and it only had like 150 gigabytes of storage or something like that. But it can still hold everything. Like I don't have games installed on and stuff like that, so it's totally fine for what I'm using it for. I never had storage problems whatsoever, and I have a NAS, so if I need big files, I just store them on the NAS. But yeah, get like a used M1, M2, they are fucking amazing, man. Especially if you're just using it for like a consumption / light, you know, light gaming or light, what is it called? Coding and stuff like that. I do like Java and Python coding on it, and it's no fucking issue. None at all. I don't know. It depends on what I'm doing. Like, if I'm watching a lot of videos, I don't get that, but I don't get as much as if I'm just coding or researching. I think I like when I use it heavily, like really heavily. I think I charge every second day, every third day. So I get about 2-3 days out of it with my use. But I'm not sitting on like 24/7. But yeah, I never really like sat down and see how many hours I get out of it. I just use it, and when it needs power, I plug it in. Oh yeah. Then definitely get like one of the cheaper MacBooks, like the MacBook Airs, like the M1s. Like I said, you can find them on the secondhand store super cheap. And I think like the M series chipsets, like they probably would end up being the computers that are going to be supported the longest. Because the only thing I can see where like an older MacBook would not work anymore is for the whole is it NPU or NCU or what is called Neo Processing Unit. So NPU, that becomes bigger and bigger with each generation. So the only thing that's going to happen is that, let's say, you may lose out on some AI features in the future. I could imagine running a M1 or M2 series. But that should not make them not I don't think Apple will then be like, oh, then you can't run Mac OS. They probably would, I don't know. But then there's like the Legacy Core patch or Open Core patch or what it's called. Is that Mario? Yeah, because they... I think they're going to support them like they're supporting their iPhones. So 10 plus years of support. That would not be surprising to me. That they will support their new, their Mac lineup the same way they will support their iOS device lineup. Because Apple don't make a lot of money on Mac products. They make the most money off MacBook Pros. But that's like nothing compared to their iPhones and tablets and everything else they sell. And the money they make off the store and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, I saw that, yeah. They are not more... Windows 10 take almost the exact same amount of fucking privacy shit that Windows 11 does. So... like, you may be like 2 or 3% more private on it. They said the same with Windows 7, they said the same with Windows 8, they said the same with Windows XP. They will switch. They will switch. That's the... that is the Windows life cycle. So, most Windows users will always dislike the current version of Windows. And they will always say that, oh, I'm sticking with the previous version. And the previous version was always the best and blah, 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 blah. Because Windows 10 was the worst OS ever. Until Windows 11 came out. And Windows 8 was the worst OS until Windows 10 came out. Then Windows 8 was not that bad. It's like, yeah. I just, we don't celebrate Halloween here, so... They switch when the end of life comes, or when the features they want is not supported, they switch. They really don't give a fuck, to be honest. Like I said, it's just their way of being a rabble, and it makes good content, and yeah, if you're in the mindset of the YouTube landscape, you know what they, It makes good content. That's why they do it. I honestly don't give a like I said, when it comes to privacy and my technology, I don't care that much. I really don't care that much. Because it's almost impossible to use technology and be private. It's like you're getting beat up by 5 kids or you're getting beat up by 10 kids. Who gives a fuck? You're getting beat up. It may hurt a little bit less. But that's it. That's about it. If you want to use tech, we made the deal with the devil. You know, we want all these fancy fucking shit. We want to be connected with each other all the time. We want to be able to do all these fancy things. Telemetry is necessary. And data, they're taking our data so they can make more money. That's the deal we made. We can either go back to the 80s or we can, yeah. Like, I honestly don't care that much. So unless it's like super irritating or super in my face, I use whatever I like to use. And then I use things for companies I trust more than other companies. Because they're all taking our shit. Like I said, I would not be surprised if a lot of these distributions, especially the popular ones, took data. Exactly, Bob. So I was talking to a co-worker, and he was like, he was talking to one of his friends or something like that, and he got angry over he didn't full disk encrypt his shit. And he said the same thing, that so people think they're the most important person on earth, while the most crazy thing they do is watching midget porn or something like that. You know, where I draw the privacy line, there is no privacy line. Like, that ship have sailed. We can't get it back. Like, we can't get it back. Because you are not willing to give up the internet as you know it today. You're not willing to give up the technologies as we have it today to get that privacy back. And we have to. If you don't want telemetry, we can't have most of the shit we have today. It's undoable without telemetry. Because people are just for as simple a thing as bug reporting, which is where most telemetry comes from, you will get crappier and crappier software because people are not going to report bugs. They're just going to switch software or live with the bugs. That was how it was back in the day. Most software back in the day was buggy as fuck because nobody wanted to submit bug reports. They would bitch and moan, but they wouldn't submit a bug report. And they would bitch and moan in places where the developers for sure would not figure out that they were bitching and moaning. So, I'm like, yeah, we can't do much, man. I press whatever the fuck boxes comes up. I just press the button. Sometimes I will untick it if it asks me for, like, if it's a program and like, yeah, you definitely don't need this, I will untick it. But most of the time I just run with the default experience. I just say yes to the default experience. That's it. Because it just, you know... Then I have to sit and tweak every program to make it, you know... fiddle and fit my likings. And then I spend more time fixing or fiddling with programs than using them. I wish I didn't have to, but I'm just like, I don't give a fuck anymore. There's so many more important things in life than that. Like, there are so many things in real life that are more important to your safety, well-being, and way of life than a company knows how long you're online or where you live. And I'm just like, fight the fights that's the most important. Because you cannot fight them all. And like I said, if you're online and you have to sign into anything, the second you sign in, you give away your privacy. Even if you're using throwaway emails and fake names. I've talked about this a lot before, but look into something called Patterns of Life. Which is super interesting. Or life habits or habits of life, but I think they're calling it Patterns of Life. Yeah, so patterns, you know, like routines and stuff like that. What is a pattern? Not like a software pattern. It's amazing how much shit people can stuff into like a sling nowadays. Like, people can figure out a lot about you without knowing your name and having your address available to them. Some also call it social engineering. A lot of people like that hero clip. Oh yeah, they it reminds me a lot like people yelling and screaming that they don't want a walled garden while they are standing in the middle of a walled garden that are pretending to not be a walled garden. So there's like fake trees all over the place and looks like it's an endless fucking horizon of trees, but they're really in a walled garden. Because FOSS, or at least the Free Software Foundation, they want a walled garden. They just want part of that walled garden to be open. So they want like they want like the seeds to be available. They want like the gardening tool to be available, but they don't want they don't want other people in there. They don't want other ideas to go in there. They don't want other philosophies to be allowed in there. So a walled garden, where everything that happens in the walled garden is a little bit more open, but it's still a walled garden, because a walled garden means that it's exclusive. Even what you do may not be exclusive, but if you look at the GPL, either you're doing what we tell you to do, or you can't do what you want to do with our software. That's a walled garden. You want to see the source code and use our code, then your program has to follow the GPL. So you now okay, you want to use our tools. Well, you now have to become one of us and live in our walled garden, but then you can use our tools and do with them whatever you want. It's just it's freedom disguised, or it's a walled garden disguised as freedom. That's one of the main issues I have with the FSF. They really want to control licensing because they think they know what's best. That's, yeah, the BSD licenses are probably the best licenses out there, yeah. Yeah. And that's saying, like, you can use our tools, you can take our tools, and you can take them into your garden, where only you can use them, we don't give a fuck. And I kind of like that. You just have to, when people ask you how you got that tool, or how you made that tool, you then have to say, well, that garden over there gave me the blueprints and part of the tool. That's the only thing you have to do. But yeah, the GPL and the FSF is just another walled garden. You just have a little bit more freedom inside that walled garden, or more control inside that walled garden. But it's still a walled garden. Mainly because the Free Software Foundation is going to tell, or they want to tell the world what other licenses are allowed and not allowed. Imagine we were talking about people. These kind of people are allowed, these kind of people are not allowed. That's basically what the Free Software Foundation is saying. This way of thinking is allowed, and this way of thinking is not allowed. Luke Smith is a weird dude. At least with proprietary software, you know what you're getting up front. They are like, hey, you can only use our tools. You have to pay to use our tools. You can't take them with you home. But other than that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just so you know, it costs you $10 a month to use our tools. And that's it. Or you pay a one-time fee and you can use it wherever, however you want. We don't give a fuck, but you can't give it away. You can't modify it. You can't make a replica of it. At least they are upfront with what the fuck they want. You know, like, you don't have to kind of decipher what the fuck is going on. And most people don't want to make their own tools. You know, most people don't want to fucking, you know, make their own fucking holes and shit like that. They just want, I need to dig a hole. I don't want to build the fucking spade from the ground up. I'll buy a spade. And that's proprietary software. It's you buying a spade. You know what you're getting? That's it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I should just fucking get up and running with my non-Linux channel, to be honest. Or maybe when I get my Mac Mini, I can make this into a non-Linux channel. I tried that a few times before. But it's so easy to piss off Linux people because they always come and bitch and moan. Why are you not talking about Linux anymore? Because I like pissing you off. And I'm out of energy drink. I'm a sad panda. Nah, there's so many low-cow reaction channels out there. I don't want. There's no need for that. I don't even know what DSP has been up to, and all of those people have been up to lately. Exactly, Bob. And most people don't even want to bake the cake or make the bread. They just want to buy their way out of it. Is the LOL Cow podcast still a thing? I fucking wish I had Keemstar's mind, man. Because he don't give a fuck. And if you don't give a fuck and have no moral scrupulations, you can make a shit ton of money on the internet. So, SCO did that many years ago. It was a 100,000% proprietary Linux distribution, and they got sued out of their fucking ass. But yeah, there have been a few companies trying to basically capitalize massively on Linux. Massively on it. And basically doing a Microsoft thing with Linux. Just way worse. Yeah, Rel, SUSE, and Canonical / Ubuntu is probably... Oh, that's a fucking neat... That's neat. That's I have to see that again. I kind of want that. It's a fucking keyboard. Oh, that could be so baller coming up to work with that. I have one of my mechanical keyboards I use at work. Oh, that would be so baller. Use that at work. Oh my god. I don't know what it is, but I like small keyboards. It just gives me more disk space because I'm cluttering it up all the time. I'm so messy. I wonder how expensive it is. iClever. Wait. Oh, that's the feeds. Hey, welcome back, Layman. Oh, he's a Beamer fan. I didn't know that. Just noticed his t-shirt. Oh, it's like either it's like a BMW shirt, it looks like it, or it could also be a Mac shirt, but... Oh, it looks nice. It's probably expensive as fuck. A coffee grinder? Oh. You're going to get fucking bonked up on caffeine then. That's a nifty little thing, man. I like those small keyboards because you can more or less type with one hand. Like, you don't have to move it around that much to reach all the keys. I actually do that quite a lot, type with one hand. Yeah, ZX Spectrum, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you grind your own coffee, that's definitely, like... I kind of want that, and then a French press, you know? I should just get that, because it is... And it also smells so nice. Like, it smells so nice. That looks like one of my old flashlights. Is that one of those? Yeah, it's one of those rechargeable ones. Super nifty. Yeah. I do like a good cup of coffee once in a while. I should get like a coffee brewer, a French press, and then just go nuts. Right now, I'm just having Insta coffee. The other day, I had like way too much coffee. Whee! Yeah, I had a break from energy drinks, and now I'm back on them. It's a nice treat, though. It's like a nice little, like, once a day, you know, you get like a good... I buy them because of the taste, not because of the energy. It's like one of those, like, they taste good. You know they're bad for you. And they are expensive, to be honest. I don't know what I want. What the fuck do I want to replace them with? No. No. Never heard of it. Oh, it uses those, it looks like those, like, surgical tips. It's stupidly how expensive stuff like that is when you go into the EDC kind of area. Yeah, you definitely should not stab someone with that one because it will slice your fucking hand up. That would be, yeah, not a good thing. Ah, really? That's actually, like, not a bad use of a webcam, to be honest. I wonder why they just didn't put, like, a fucking sensor in it or something like that. That would go off, but yeah. They probably wanted to make a webcam, I guess. X-Coffee. Yeah, there was a lot of like X-Eyes and X-Fire, I think it was, an X-CPU, and there was a lot of those X programs back in the day. Oh, Bellboy makes some good shit. I'm getting jealous of all his shit he has in his bag now. What else can we see? That video keeps coming up. Oh. I like watching these videos once in a while where they get shit from Temu. The best resources to learn about tech. From zero to hero, go to school. The fastest and easiest and best way is going to school. That's why everyone does it. There's a reason why people do it. It's because it's the best, most efficient way of doing it. It's also the best and most efficient way of guaranteeing you getting a job afterwards. So yeah, find your school and go into that. If you don't want to do that, which will make it harder for you to get a job, it depends on how you learn the best. You have to figure out what teaching methods that sticks with you the best. And then you have to become the teacher and the student at the same time, because you have to figure out how you learn the best. Then you have to curate the content. So find content creators or places. Again, after work schools then. Like, the most efficient way and best way of learning anything is doing what everyone else is doing. So that would be go to evening school, or what you will call it, for example. Like, if you really want to learn, if you just want to do it for fun, just pick whatever. You know, like, if it's just to get your brain going, just everything is better than nothing. But it depends on how you learn the best. You have to figure out how you learn the best first. What the fuck is that? Oh. Like, if you don't learn much from watching a 10-hour tutorial, then don't do that. Then go take coding challenges, for example, or stuff like that, you know. Things that will then, if you're more like a practical person, then find a problem and fix it. So make a network problem for yourself if that's what you want to learn, or find someone that needs some help with whatever you want to learn. And be like, hey, I want to learn, can I help you fix it? And learn at the same time. Just don't go and expect them to pay you a lot of money, of course. If any at all. But there are no shortcuts. Yeah, but you don't learn from Microsoft Learn. You know. Microsoft Learn is like, unless you take their paid courses, it's more or less just a refresher. You know, you already know what you're looking for, but you need context, or you need to refresh your memory, or you need to learn a little bit extra stuff, but you already have the ground knowledge. Microsoft Learn is amazing for that, unless you're getting their paid sections. If you learn by doing, then fix problems. Find problems and fix them. And again, if you can do that for other people, they're more than likely willing to give you that chance. Especially if you do it for free, or if you do it for almost no money at all. then they're okay with you taking a little bit longer time and all that fucking shit. But yeah, I dislike those hero to hero videos and that mentality because it's so bad. It's so bad. And most online courses don't teach. I'm taking so many online courses, and they all taught the same shit, and it was all shit. Basically, a lot of those online courses, what they teach you is what you learn like in the first 2 weeks at whatever fucking education you want to take. You know? Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. Getting one of those extended, like, power on and off thingies. He does make a lot of funny videos about Amazon setting things up from tech he buys from Amazon and blah 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 blah. But yeah, everyone nowadays they want, they want the hard thing, but they don't want to get there by working there. They want to take a shortcut, and there is no shortcuts. Yeah, dude, I get it. Trust me, I did the same. I've taken so many fucking courses, free courses, and like you said, it's the same fucking shit, man. And there are some good ones. There are some good videos out there. I do watch videos and learn from videos a lot. But it's like if I have a specific problem I can't solve myself, I figure out if other people have solved their problem, and then I learn either from their website or their videos or whatever it is. But it's not a substitute from, hey, Wasty, it's not a substitute from actually go to school and learn it. Because if you're learning on your own, you have to spend 3 times the more effort than you have to put in if you go through like a structured study environment. And a lot of people can't keep up with that. Most people, and this is the sad thing, is that most people cannot keep up with being self-taught. Because you have to put in a lot of more work, you have to work a lot faster, and it has to stick with you a lot faster than most other people. Because you don't have the safety net of the teachers and the other students. You can go and, hey, I can't figure this one out. Can we stop everything we're doing and get no? Because if you're going like, hey, team, I don't know how to do Print World. Can we stop for a week? Can we stop building our solution for a week? Time out. Time out. I don't know how to do Print World. Hello world. That will not fly in a working environment. So if there's some shortcomings you have at work or something like that, then you have to go home and learn it. And you have to learn fucking fast. And most people cannot do that. Most people cannot do that. Because it's a lot of pressure. You are sacrificing a shit ton, and it is, yeah. Everything is good. Like, everything is good. Like, every knowledge is good knowledge. Just don't expect, like, you're getting the same out of it, like if you went to a school. Like, if you just need something to have on the back end while you're playing Minecraft, or let's say you're commuting to work or home from work and you want to watch something that actually teaches you something, those are amazing for that. Let's say you already know C# and you want to dabble in C++. Watch some C++ videos on the way to work or in the spare time. That will of course help you. But it will not give you the same efficiency as if you went to a course and took it, for example. But it will of course get you interested in it and learn you some things and get you more familiar than you used to be with it. But it is no substitute, man. The best thing you can do is get your company to pay for it. So if you want to learn something, figure out how it can be valuable for the place you work, and find some courses and say, hey, if you teach me this, I can do this, and then the company can save money here. Then they will do it. Most of the time they will do it. Oh yeah, C is a fun thing, yeah. But you only learn about how memory works in a coding language, though. Yeah, C# is a fun thing, man. You can't drive and learn at the same time, then you're not one of those people that learn on your own then. If you want to be self-taught, you have to be able to drive and learn at the same time, while also having a conversation with someone else on the phone. Or else you can't keep up. Like, if you think something is hard to learn, it's even harder to learn on your own. Yeah, you probably didn't learn, but you got a lot of knowledge. Learning and having knowledge is not the same thing. Listening to podcasts is probably not it's definitely not the place where you learn how to do IoT device implementation on a low level, or setting up our infrastructure for a 1,000 server production environment, or server farm and stuff like that. Podcasts are more just where you get information. But having information and learning are two different things. You know, there are people that have learned how to drive, or got the information on how to drive, but they can't drive. You know, having the knowledge and using it and knowing how to use it is totally different. Learning is not fun. Learning is not fun. If learning becomes fun, you lose a lot of the optimization of it. Because then you're putting focus into the fun part. And that's great for, like, getting the basic concepts of things. Like, the basic concept of how to make a cake can be fun. You can make the fun, you know, like you need dough, you need yeast, you need eggs, and, you know, and a chicken fart out eggs and stuff. But at one point, you have to become serious. You have to basically just do the hard thing and take it seriously. Learning is never fun. It can't be fun. Because then you're splitting it up into two different things. It can be a little bit more entertaining, but it can never be, like, not a chore. Learning is a chore. That's why a lot of people don't do it. That's why it's hard. Because by design, you are taxing your brain. You know. That's why they say you learning by fixing a problem stays with you so much more than learning from watching someone else doing it. It may take longer for you to learn it, but you know exactly how you did it if you figured it out on your own. But that's not fun, that's not easy, it's not the fast way of doing it. But it sticks with you more than if I tell you how to do something. Which is the best, fastest way of doing it. And then I probably give you an exercise where you do it again, reproduce what I told you, and then, yeah, I can do it, and then you forgot it the next week. But that's the fastest way of doing it. But the hard way is not the fastest and most efficient way either. I used to do everything in Notepad. When I learned web development, I did everything in Notepad. IDEs and all those things were for fucking noobs, and people didn't want to learn and stuff like that, and, well, they did 3 times the work I did. So they learned 3 times the amount of things I did because I had to type up a lot of fucking shit. I knew how to use Notepad. And it was great in the beginning to learn the basic structure of an HTML page. But when you already know how to do that, there's no need for Notepad anymore. Then you go all to the IDEs and stuff like that. The fuck is that? Oh. Oh! Those could actually be nice to have. I like his cube in the background. There sadly are some things you can learn hands-on. I will not put you into a server room without any theoretical knowledge whatsoever and fix the server back, for example. Like, if you don't know what the difference between... Or know that there are different cat cables and all that fucking shit, yeah, I'm not putting you in there. Like, the problem with... Like, you learn... A hands-on learner is great for mechanical things. Like, if you want to learn how to build an engine or fix a car or a house and stuff like that. But when you go into the tech world, before you even start to think about doing anything, you need a base knowledge. You need a base knowledge, and that base knowledge you can only get by studying. You cannot do hands-on coding, for example, because it will not teach you what a variable is. And you will hear functions and methods, and you will be forever confused. Which is they're basically the same thing. Basically, it's just one programming language called it one thing, another programming language called another thing. But if you don't have that theory, that will confuse you for days. So IT is not hands-on learning. Fixing physical things, you could do hands-on. I don't know how many people I have worked with, some of them. It's like, give me a problem and I will fix it. And I gave them a problem and they never fixed it because they didn't want to learn the basic theory behind what they were doing. And they were sitting with the same issue for weeks. And it's not just one person, many people. Because they did not want to sit and, oh, this is too much reading of learning, you know, about functions and variables. I just want to fix a problem. And yes, they could follow, or they could type into Google, this program or this code don't do this in whatever programming language. How do I make it do this? And they would just copy paste the code in and don't know what the fuck they were doing. That's hands-on learning in IT. You just Google it and you copy paste what they said to tell you to do into something. You don't learn anything. You just learn how to copy paste, basically. So yeah, you can't be a hands-on learner in IT. You will have a super difficult time in IT. No, there's a lot of new people trying Linux, and they will move away, and a lot of other new people will come into trying Linux. Linux is what you will call, to some extent, call a circular user base. So you will get an influx of new people. They will get somewhat familiar with it. And then after 3 to 5 years, they will go away. And then another group of new people will come in. And of course, it's not like you get like every 5 years you get a bunch of new people. It's like, you know, people learn about Linux, they get interested in it. And then after a few years, they either dual boot or go back to Windows or Mac OS. So it's super rare to see someone that has stuck with Linux for a long period of time. But yeah, no, like, all of this bullshit we have been, you know, YouTubers have told us, like, let's get a 6-figure salary as with like a month's learning on front-end development. All of that fucking shit is 99% bullshit. I went from being a fucking landscaper to being a CEO of a startup in software. Bullshit. You know, Have it happen? Can it happen? Yes. But those people that do that are successful, they probably worked 10 times more hours than anyone took the school way. They also worked 10 times harder than anyone else to get there. They don't tell that, because that's not sexy. You want to go from landscaping to become a senior developer in a year? Yeah. Code for 10 hours every day for 300 and whatever days a year. Never go out drinking. Fuck social life. Take jobs and fail at them, so you can get some experience. Take free, non-paid work so you can get experience. That's what they're not telling you. There is no easy way. And like I said, you can't be a hands-on theoretic physicist. Like think about it. Hands-on means physical things, more or less. If I threw you in a server room with you having no base knowledge about it, yeah, you will not last long. Or at least 90% of the people will not last long. Some people will go home and they will spend the whole night researching what they need to learn to do that job, and then they will go do it. But most people are not going to do that. And those people not going to do that are the ones that call them hands-on learners. Because hands-on learners do a lot of theory. They just do it on their own time. That's the only difference with a hands-on learner. They don't go to school, they just do their own research, they do their own learning. They need a problem to fix, and then they learn the theory, hopefully, about how to fix that problem. And again, that means no socialized life. Heck, you probably couldn't even have time for a job. You know. Carrying rock back and forth, yeah. A lot of people like data center work. I can see it being, like, I followed a few people online that do, like, they maintain small server rooms. So satellite server rooms, I think you would call them. So they drive around, then they maintain, a few racks here and that city. They drive to another city and, they maintain a few racks there. And they seem to like it. They don't deal with a lot of people. They spend a lot of time driving. And they just fixes issues and updating the hardware and some software. And then they go to the next one. It seems to be a nice, cozy job, dude. Like, if you don't want to deal with people and you just want to do, your thing. That's what they did. They came in the morning, got, like, these are the centers or the server areas we need fixing things on, or this and that place need new cables, this need a new hard drive, this needs some cable, already said that, this needs some software updates, this need a new unit put in, and then they will drive out and do those things and go back again. Yeah. Honestly, most, if you're not doing development, you're really badly paid in IT or tech, in the tech world. Sadly enough. Like, it's I looked up the statistic of the average pay for people in IT and development in Denmark. If you are anything other than a developer, you're not getting paid a lot. Like, it's almost on par with, like, mechanics and stuff like that. Hardware guys and support guys, and girls for that matter. Infrastructure people and stuff like that, they are not that well paid. They are good paid, but they're not super well paid for what they do. Because most developers, they know nothing about hardware in their computers. Like, most developers could probably not even fucking put in a graphic card in their computer. They have no concept about how a CPU is made with silicon wafers and stuff like that. And how bidding works and stuff. They have no idea about that simple things. They know how to write some language onto a piece of paper online, or not online, but in an IDE that then make the computer do a thing they wanted to do. That they know. But they don't know much about anything. They know how to talk to the computer. They don't know how it works most of the time. And it's a fun thing to see. But they are getting paid a lot of money, though. A lot of money. And I at least in Denmark, they do get some basic hardware, networking, and stuff like that, knowledge. But it's you could learn that on your own from YouTube in like a week or something like that, in my humble opinion. Because the knowledge of all the developers I've talked to, even computer scientists, when it comes to hardware, is super limited. Super limited. But they know how compilers works and OSs works and software works. They're fucking ninjas at that shit. But if their CPU starts to overheat, they are like, huh? Like, did my program do something wrong? There's no memory leak. No, your fans are just clogged up with all your fucking tissues from wanking off to anime porn that you have on the fucking floor that it's sucking up. Yeah, troubleshooting networks is not bad, no. Yeah, PC, not depends on what you mean by PC and office work. Because being an accountant, a manager, is not chill at all. It's super fucking boring, and there's a lot of business politics and stuff like that. But if you are an IT support guy, if you're an infrastructure guy, if you're a security expert, it's a little bit more chilled. Because you're not dealing with so much office politics. You're basically just being left on your own devices. But you will also have downtime, and you will also have a... this is basically how it's going to be done. When they don't need you, they think you are useless, you're costing too much money, why are you here, you're not doing anything, do we really need you, and yeah. And then when they download My Little Pony videos and end up being caravans of the cocksucking pirates and infecting all the networks with viruses, you are their best friend, they love you to death, they will suck your fucking cock till it falls off, and you're not getting paid enough. That's how it is with most IT fields when you're dealing with also software, to be honest. This kind of a little bit with developers also, but mostly with like infrastructure guys, security guys or girls, support people and stuff like that. They like, when they don't need you, they're like, what are you doing? You're not really working, and blah 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 blah. Software, it's a little bit different. If you do something, they are more large with software people. So if you can explain to them that, okay, when it takes me 6 months to do this, but when I've done this, your job will become 10 times better, or faster and easier and more convenient. And then you show them a little bit what you're doing, then they're like, oh, they can kind of see what you're coming at and getting at. And then you give them the software, and then they bitch and moan about everything being wrong, the wrong color, the wrong button placement, and why does it not fucking, squeezes lemon juice on my titties every time I watch a cat picture and stuff like that. So you go fix that for them. But they're a little bit more, in general, happy with software guys. Because they actually make their job better. You have to think about it like this. It's the same reason why a lot of people hate cops. Why, or when do you talk to an infrastructure person? When do you talk to a security person? When do you talk to the IT department? It's every time you have a problem. So every time you go and talk to whoever is, the person that is associating with making sure your computers work and your infrastructure work. It's mostly when there is a problem. They need to fix something for you. So it's almost always a negative association. And that's why they don't like them that much. Where software people, they're like, oh, they are here to help me. They're here to make my job better and easier. And the same with cops. Why do most people dislike cops? Well, when do you talk to cops? Either you have done something wrong, or you have to tell that someone has done something wrong. So always a bad experience, basically. Something bad happened, more or less. Either to you, or you have done something bad. That's why a lot of people don't like cops. Because they are always associating them with bad experiences. The smart thing is like, with a lot of IT people, like, it's mostly developers though. Most developers like to play the whole, like, let's show how intelligent we are. And I noticed that a lot with developers when we are talking user interfaces. They love to, like, it has to be as optimized as possible. I'm like, yeah, but is it user-friendly? No. It's more important that people can figure out how to use your shit than how optimized it is. Yeah, but we can do this with like one, we don't even have to click a button. Yeah, but there's a reason why they want to click buttons, It's because they probably fuck something up or want to redo something which they should not do to begin with, but they will do it. And that's why you see a lot of back-end developers or hardcore developers make shitty front ends. AKA why most open source software is shit. Because they care more about, look how smart I can make this algorithm and blah blah blah, and like, cool, how are we going to use it? Or you have to put in this lengthy command and swing your dead cat over your computer 5 times and masturbate to, I don't know, Dr. Phil for an hour, and then you can use it. Yeah, but then it's basically useless for them. Yeah, your algorithm is super smart. Brilliant. But it's useless. And that's a debate I even have with fucking people at work sometimes, where it's like, yeah, but it's not optimized, or the workflow is stopped or janked up, and it's not as fast, and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, but it makes sense for them. It is that way. That's how they, that's how this person wanted to be done, because that's how they work. So we give it to them that way, You have to give people what they want to some degree when it comes to user interfaces. What else should we have in the background? Let's do this one here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so one of the developers was like, oh, he was just out of school, and he was like, oh, Agile and sprints and Scrum, and I was like, huh? So I went home and read about it, and watched a shit ton of videos, and was just like, how many meetings do you have? They almost have a meeting just to go to the fucking toilet. And then I came to work, I'm like, just so we are sure here, okay? You are grown-ass men, right? Yeah. You're not in kindergarten, no. So you can think for yourself. Yeah. Why do you have to have a meeting about every fucking thing you do then? Why do you have a meeting about asking for help? Why don't you just ask for help? It's like, what's wrong? Like, you're an adult, just if you need help, ask for help. Don't wait till like the stand-up meeting at the first thing tomorrow and be like, yeah, yesterday I couldn't do anything because just. I honestly think that there's 2 factors into it. Agile and Scrum and all that. Most of those things are for managers. It is so managers can keep a track on what you're doing. But they're disguising it as a proper tool. Because you have to remember, who likes meetings? Not developers. Not mechanics. Management. Management love meetings. Because then they can probe the minions on what they're doing, how good they are, and all that fucking shit. How many lines of code that did the other day and versus the blah blah, all that fucking shit. Especially if it's meetings where management is part of it. Some of them, they are not in Scrum and Agile, of course. But meetings, most of the time, are for management. And it's about them basically taking telemetry on you. When I saw how many meetings you need to have with Agile and Scrum and all of this and sprints with sprints and stuff like that, how does this make sense? Oh, it makes software more adaptable, you can implement more features and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, just do your fucking work. Just do it. You don't have to ask for permission, just do it. Like, it is like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I can see all those philosophies being good if you are like on a 100-man development team. But fuck it, man, come on. What is it like with Scrum? Is it like one meeting a day at least for the developers? And then for managers, it's more than that? Or team leaders and then managers even more? And then there's like the product owner and the cost. It's just you have to remember, most of these philosophies are made for big companies. They are made to work for big companies. A lot of people are not going to work for big companies. And I feel it's a little bit bad that the schools are catering towards, okay, you want to be a developer, okay, you're going to work for Amazon and Google, so therefore we have to do those things, where most of them are not going to work there. A lot of them are going to work either for themselves or small companies or startups and stuff like that. They don't have time for all that fucking shit. And then it's like a culture shock for the developers when they come into the real world. To some degree, I think it's beneficial not to be a trained developer, because you're not been indoctrinated into that world. You're not being indoctrinated into, we have to measure everything you do, and this is the new thing, and then tomorrow it's not agile anymore, it's like fragile or whatever the fuck they will call it. And now agile is bad because for some fucking weird reason it's not fast enough like the other one, it's too slow, or it's too fast, or... I like the KISS symbol, the KISS philosophy. Just keep it simple. Make it work. Because I notice developers, they spend way more time than they should thinking about working. And in some instances, that's great, and you need to do that. Like, you need a certain degree of like, is everyone on the same page? Do everyone know what to do? Is this okay for the boss, from the bosses, and blah, 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 blah. You need some meetings. But your whole day should not be filled with meetings. Have you ever watched those, A Day in a Life of a Software Developer? Look how much actually work they do. Not much. And also, most of them are not even 30 minutes long. If you're working 8 hours a day and you can't, and you have to remember, they wake up, they go to the office, they work, and they go home. They can only find about 20 minutes of quote unquote interesting time there. Your job is boring as fuck. Yeah, it's just a Starbucks coffee tool. Yeah, because the rest of the things they do is boring. It's boring. If you think it's fun to sit and look at a screen for 8 hours and just type into it, It's not. It's fun to solve problems. It's fun to see a product, materialize. But it's not interesting. Oh, sorry, it's interesting but not fun. Like, you don't see coders sit and laugh their balls off. Like, they uses their brain and it's taxing as fuck. But if you look at people develop, you will fall asleep in like 30 minutes. Because unless you are the developer, it's boring as shit. Unless you're the one fixing a problem, it's boring as shit. I can make a day in a video. I actually think I want to do that. It will be me waking up, taking a shower, go to work. I can't show you what I'm doing at work as proprietary knowledge, by the way. Which, again, I don't know how Google and Microsoft allow people to show what they're working, but whatever, who gives a fuck? So that's 8 hours you can't see what most people are doing because they're doing company work that's, well, company-owned work that you don't want everyone else to get. So you can only see them go to work and go home from work. Because what they do at work is bound by company NDAs and, stuff like that. That's also why those videos are not that long, because 99% of what they do, they can't show you, they can't talk about, they can't... It's a little bit easier going into a server room and put a new fucking plate server, which I don't think people are using anymore, into it, or putting a new hub in or something like that, or a new management system. That's a little bit more easier to showcase on a video. But most software developers, if you have to watch their live, you get bored out of your fucking ass. You will be so bored watching what they are doing. It's so boring to watch. But it's interesting to do. But you cannot make that interesting in a video. Yes, today I did X amount of line of code. I fixed this issue. And I was at 10 meetings. How can you make that interesting to look at? You just can't. Oh, and those meetings, we bitched and moaned and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, those like day in a life videos, especially when it comes to software people, they are so fucking fake, man. Not fake, but they're so misleading, so to speak. Because you get the impression that they spend so much time, drinking coffee and all that fucking shit. But I honestly think a lot of developers are fucking babies, man. They are people that never left kindergarten. That's why they need all those meetings and... Yeah, it's sad, man. And a lot of those people are Linux users, that's why they act up like they do. Oh, that's one of my favorite monsters. It's quite a nice house he has there. I wonder if that's legal to carry around, though. Because you couldn't knock someone's eye out with it. Shop like a billionaire. Is it Timo? Yes, still Timo that they're shopping from. How long is that video? Ah. Because a lot of Linux users are wrong. Like, it fits, if the cloth fits, kind of thing. There's nobody that's more whiny about what OS they use than Linux users. Fact. There's almost nobody in the OS world that's more obnoxious than Linux users. There's nobody that you're just proving my point. Nobody wants to tell other people what to do more than Linux users when it comes to the tech world. So yeah, it's just if the claw fits, you know, it's. I told one guy this. He was bitching and moaning, and I'm like, you know how to shut me up. Be better. Don't be like that. Stereotyping is used because it, well, there is something to it. I don't want to use an ad blocker. This is just a random Linux VM I'm on. I don't give a fuck enough about it to use an ad blocker. And I'm not so lazy I can't, just type or click the button. Like, I'm not super lazy enough, I guess. Oh yeah, I think this one here is breaking his camera. Yeah, I think I've watched this video before. I would got pissed if I fucking ruined a camera like that. Good old RPG. Imagine if you paid that and it was actually quality shit you got. I also like how sometimes they Photoshop their products into people's arms and stock photos, and it just seems so fake. Oh yeah, those are the ones that's voice activated. I wonder how long they last though. I kind of want those now. It just takes so fucking long for it to come from Temu. Looks like the same monitor arm I have. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about DistroTube. Those, like, let them do whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a fuck about them. Yeah, don't put milk on it. What the fuck? Yeah, I gave up. Of course I gave up on them. They are not worth my time. Oh, nothing spells better than, like, first time you turn on electronics. Get all that flux off and what have you not. Those chemicals. Sniff them in. Yeah, take care, man. I don't know. Like I do get why he like. I know he knows this, but a lot of people think that you're getting quality shit from places like that. Also, is that not illegal? I don't think you can point lasers up in the sky because of like planes and shit. That's a lot of tape. It is legal. I desperately need to clean my desk tomorrow. I should do that tomorrow while I'm doing the laundry. Boink. Wait, I have that. I have that hop. Yeah, I have that anger hop. Nice. Oh, it's tables. What the fuck is on his table? It's chairs, not tables. I am thinking about getting a neon sign to have behind me for when I'm doing videos. Oh, that looks cheapy. Uh-oh, he's running Windows 11. People get mad. Get mad at a boy. No, I have not seen the... I'm getting a Mac. I already ordered a Mac Mini. M4. I have not seen the ad yet, no. I don't care, to be honest. No, no. That would make the world cry. Don't do that. Mini vacuum. What the fuck was I called before? I had another name. What was the name? TRG? The Real Geek. Yeah. But TRG is named. That there's like a massive company that is called TRG. So I just went with a generic world or a generic name, just Kent Tech World. It was just easy. Well, it's just what I could figure out. Or not figure out, but what came in. Like, it was just like the most easiest thing to do. But back then I also did like a lot of Linux tutorials and stuff like that. Disto reviews and all of the fucking normal Linux YouTube shit. Depends on what you want. If you want gaming, don't buy it. If you want less power consumption, a better desktop and OS, you want more peripheral support, you want more software support. Like, when I mean software support for people like Elgato, Logitech, and stuff like that. Yeah, get it. It's cheaper than buying or building your own computer. But if you want gaming and you want to do virtualization, you don't get it. Or you do want software support because you want to be able to put software on it. That's what I mean by software support. What software does it support? What software can you run on it? But if you do virtualization, don't get it either. It's not a good virtualization computer. Just too few cores. Like, you can get away with having probably Windows in Docker would be okay, I guess, yeah. But for Docker, I would probably just buy one of those, Lenovo Minis or Dell Minis, the 1 liter computers, and use that for Docker. I would not use my main OS or main system as a Docker computer. Yeah, buy one of those 1 liter computers and throw Proxmox on it or something like that. Ah! Oh, it's just cloth. I thought it was for the robber thingy for them. Come on, just rub it off yet. There you go. Not with Proxmox. Ken's Gadget World. Next year is new phone time also. Should I go back to Android? I don't know. Nice. To play the Fast and the Furious. Whee! Yeah, when Apple stops supporting Intel's CPUs on their OSs, the Hackintosh world is dead. Well, you're an aspiring content creator, please don't. VidIQ 60. Oh, I get so many fucking idiots. Like AI spam emails. Oh, your video according, like we can, this is what's wrong with your video. And then they send me a VidIQ outbreak for my video. Like, I know I have VidIQ installed myself, so. Yeah, you're not telling me anything I don't know. And they want me to pay the money for it. It's like, no, fuck you. Yeah, but still, it's dying out. There's a reason why you rarely see any Hackintosh videos anymore like you used to. Maybe I should. Can you charge this? Are you charging? Are you charging? No, you're not charging. You are charging. Interesting. Apparently I can use my Apple Watch charger to charge up my AirPods. Oh, tired. The only reason I'm live streaming today is so I don't code. Need a break. I am not an Apple fanboy, so. I probably run more OSs than you do. But right now we are using Windows as a host, and we are running Fedora Linux. So I'm a super Mac fanboy. Yeah, yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah. Yep. I also have 2 Android tablets and how many Androids phone? 4 Androids phone and 3 iPhones. I have 4 non Apple watches. That is smartwatches, fitness watches. 4 or 5. I have more devices that's not Apple than I have Apple devices. I moved over to Debian. That's how I fixed it. That can't fucking work. Fuck, it worked. Debian is like, if you don't want to fuck around and you want your OS just to work, Debian is a better LTS than Ubuntu LTS. Like, Debian is the distribution that I always have the least problems with. Yeah, Debian makes everyone blue. I'm thinking about getting one of those solar panels for my emergency bag. Because according to the Danish government, we need to have an emergency bag. Like, I got a fucking... a few months ago, the Danish government sent me an email how to be prepared for emergencies. So, next year I'm going to build basically a bug out bag. I have most of it, but yeah. But yeah, the Danish government wants you to be a prepper now, so... Where did I not put capturing on? No, I did not. No, they want like chargers, like battery bags, food for 3 days, water for 3 days, emergency radios, emergency lights, batteries, containers for medicine, shit like that, you know. The stock standard prepper fucking thing. Like I said, I have most of it already, so... I think they are afraid of the big bad Putin. Putin. But yeah, like it's been like on national television and shit like that everyone should have like a crap bag or go bag or whatever you will call them. Which basically is my working bag, so. Yeah, but here's the thing. Being prepared and being a prepper is so fucking close to each other. Like, I always believed in, like, just, you know, be prepared just for a few, like, at least have, so if you get sick and you don't have to, you know, so you don't have to leave the house. So I've always been like, I always have, you know, which reminds me to stock up on food, but I always have food at home for like at least 2 or 3 days. In case I get sick or I just don't want to leave the house and stuff like that. And I have all my necessary things. If I need to get out the door fast, they are all convenient, so I can just put them in my bag super fast. Or they are in attachment that I can just click on my bag. Where I have like for at least a week or two's like medicine and shit like that in them. And I kind of live off my bag, my work bag to some degree. I don't have clothes in it, but that's another thing I need to put in my bag is like clothes for a few days. I also need to fucking clean out my clothes. There's so much clothes I don't need anymore. Whoop. Look a lot like the Philips ones. Choya! Like porn lights. Oh yeah, a lot of people are starting to use those glasses where they can see the screen in them. They are so ugly. I don't know how I like his room. It's too white for me. It's like getting fucking blinded every time I look at him. I was debating getting an ultraviolet at some point. Doopy doop doop. Yeah, I like the cube. Yeah, that's like the only thing I kind of one of the few things I kind of want from his setup. His clock is kind of neat also. What the fuck? Oh. Oh god. Strong tablets are a weird thing, man. I have one, but I thought I would use it more, but I don't. Vroom. Man, those are so fun. I wonder how dangerous they are. Oh yeah, so my Android tablet, I can draw on that one. I like that. That's kind of neat. One of the emotes, I drawed on that one. That one I made on it's a yeah, I made that on the tablet. Yeah, I spent hours just doodling and noodling on the tablet. It was kind of fun. But unless you draw in real life, like if you don't draw on paper a lot, you're not going to draw a lot on the tablet either. You think you are, but you're not. Yeah, Affinity works on the iPad, yeah. He does have some nice designs, though. I like that one. Yeah, if you want to talk about data collection, don't install shit like that. Those Chinese smartwatches that you buy for no money. It looks nice, though. One day later. Nice. It looks slow. I had like a super old smart band at one point. Not super old, super cheap. From Denver, what the fuck it was called. I found it behind my bag. Not bag. Bed. the other day. Oh yeah, Amazon. There's some things I kind of want there. What the fuck do you do when that runs out of battery, though? Like a James Bond smartwatch? Yeah, I think mine is a U3 gene also. Either that or Anger. One of those, I think. Video nerd. He just do a lot of Timo hauls, basically. What else do we have here? Timo. I can't remember. Mine is like, I think mine is only a 15 or something like that. I can still charge my MacBook Air off it though. Ooh. That game is so popular. What the fuck? Everyone plays it. Oh, hello. Uqueen is quite good. I have one of their oh, what is it called? One of their hubs here. It allows me to do 4K 60 out also. I can't remember what it's called. There's card readers and USB-A. I use that for my MacBook Air. Yeah, Uqueen is quite good. It's also a German company. They tend to make good shit. I'm looking into getting one of their hubs. One of their big ones. Uqueen is good. Yeah, it's expensive to do shit in Germany. Yeah, I thought we were over all of this RPG shit, but apparently not. I think I've changed my mind about something. Bah. Yeah, but anger can be a little bit difficult to get your hands on. Also, I think they had like a not supply issue, but they were doing something bad at some point. Hey, Laura. No, I change my mind all the time. How are you? You still have not spanked me in the cage yet. I think it's okay to change your mind when you get new information. But I will never change my mind about you, though. You're still a magical creature that don't exist. Yeah, it's too pink. It looks like something you would use in the 90s, though. I don't know. This song drives me nuts. I need fucking much like a unicorn, yeah. We need some ecstasy and some fucking flashlights and like wave out, man. I don't know. How's it going with your Dungeon and Dragon Expecades, or what it's called? Oh, it looks like a dog. Oh, turn it around. My unicorn. A penguin, that's what I was thinking about, yeah. That's another Chinese app. I don't know what it is with Temu, but like I know almost everything there is shit. But I kind of want it all, you know, just to like fuck around with it and test it out. And apparently there's a good market for it on YouTube. Apparently, it's getting a lot of views. that gift never get old. There's just one, like, so I just bought one of those Hitachis, like, things you put your Mac Mini on, that hop. And now that the Mac Mini has been redesigned, it's too big for the new Mac Mini. And I just got it last week or something like that. So I'm trying to find a way how to still use it. I'm thinking about putting it on top of the Mac Mini. I don't know. Yeah, I will not use their welding shit. That will probably kill you more than anything. Is that a diaper? A vacuum diaper? Look how fucking clean his... God damn it, man. Has he ever used that fucking part of the room? Low battery. Oh, that's the projector. I was thinking about getting one of those. Like, not that one, but like a proper projector. I don't know, man. Yeah, I would probably not run around in the no, that's not what you do. Like, no. Yeah, it's definitely photoshopped. Come on, you're just a tiny dude, man. Even the cat likes it. What the fuck is he doing? Oh. Projectors are fun. It looks like crap. It's a weird room he has. Oh, that's the lock. The chastity lock. Wink. What if one of those where the biometric sensor don't really work? It just works on all fingers? And everyone's fingers? It's Queen. Itchy bitchy bitchy. Look how he's fucking touching that thing. It's just a button, yeah. It seems to be working though. What if he's sweaty as fuck? Now it's not working at all. Yeah, I will not trust that one. Just get like a bolt cord or something like that and just like bloop. A piano. Did it hit the fucking... It does hit the tables. Look how it's moving them around. Fucking attacking them. Is he trapping it? What the fuck? You shall not escape. Oh, that's my webcam. One of them are, of course. Are you done? Are you done showing us Teemo's shite? He's back. Oh, now it's AliExpress. Wank, 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 wank. Oh, quad chopper. Doop, doop. I got one of those. So, there's a company called Light in a Box or something like that. Light in the Box or whatever the fuck it's called. And It was my first ever tablet, like many years ago. I bought from there, and it was so cheap and so crappy. But I played a lot of tower defense games on it. It's probably Android 4 or something like that. Wait, what was that in the background? Whee! Whoopee! Making the studio smart. Does anyone ever tried those Apple speakers? Or what the fuck are they called? Smart speakers? Smart pods? What are they called? Home pods? Apple something? Testicle sounding thingies? What are you doing here? Oh, he's making his own game server. Oh, it's one of those not interfaces, scene makers. I used to spend a lot of time on that shit. Yeah, like the Apple HomePods or what the fuck like the Apple's smart speakers. Because if they sound super good, I may get one. But I'm a little bit on the fence. On the fences. Holy shit, a mess he has there in the back end. No power supply with power supply. Okay. Look at all the boxes there in the background. I wonder how much it costs to hire an editor. They can't be cheap though. Maybe it's a bot plug. It's just stock standard RPGs collections, I guess. I was thinking about doing something like that with my desk. Because it does give like a good little neat ambient kind of thing going. Like, I like that. I likey. Yep. I have the AirPod Pros. They're actually super good. I sometimes just use them at home instead of my big but my big Bluetooth headphones. And now they have like earring protection, something. Look, it's a Mac! It's me, a Mackie! 60 days battery life, nice. Oh. The fuck? That fuck? Am I stupid? Got to take one out. Wrong one. And medicine by Linux Anti-Juice. Oh yeah, the HomePod Mini. But I kind of want. Yeah, that's. How much are the big ones? I want something with juice. Like bigger is better. I like that big juice. I like big butts. Oink oink. Holy that's a lot, man. That's $200 more. Holy shit. Does it make, like, does it suck my fucking dick in the what? Yeah, that's a lot of money, dude. That's almost half of a Mac Mini. Like, come on. Yeah, I'm not, no. I'm not buying any smart speakers for that amount of money. Because right now, if I want good sounding speakers and I don't have my computer turned on or something like that, I use my MacBook Air. It has actually super good speakers compared to the size and what it is. Oh, I used to have one of those iPod minis or what they were called. You used to see them all around the gyms back in the day. Hey, Lemma. Yeah, but you sold yours, right? Like you're riding that red nipple kind of thing now. Some phone plan shopping or provider or what? You love the red nipple, yeah. You like to squeeze them. That's super low res though, but hey. Yeah, phone provider, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. 2 minis, yeah. Yoink. Two red nipples. Red tip and red nipples. He has a lot of experience with the red tip. Doop, doop, doop. Oh, your phone provider, gotcha. I thought you would talk about the Mac AirPods, not HomePods. Look, they're using Windows. Crucify them. Yeah, you get tired of gaming. Everyone gets tired of gaming at some point. And then you don't game for like a while, then you go back to it again, then you get tired of it, and then you don't game, and then you get back to it. Wait, did the caption go off? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's called growing up, yeah. Funny. I kind of want one of those drones, to be honest. Was that the IP address for the drone? Oh, top-notch fucking quality there, my friend. Disney Plus? They do have some great stuff on Disney, though. Oh, yeah, with VR heads, that could actually be fun, yeah. Oh, it discovered a human. Oh, it crashed. Like, the drones they use, like, the SWAT people use to fly into houses is fucking amazing. That little sucker is fucking great. I'll probably take the Google OneDrive then. Yeah, but don't you just get like an extra 100 then? So you have 200 gigabytes? Like you can stack them maybe? I don't know. But the 100 gigabyte one is super cheap though. It's all about them blocks. Those I think could be nice, those cable thingies. Like snakes are what they're called. Yeah, you probably get more value out of the Disney Plus. Like what you're saving is probably more from Disney Plus, yeah. Because that's not cheap. Looks like some alien contraption. Oh, that's actually neat. Oh, he goofed up. There's this thing, I love stuff like that, but then when you have to change the cable, it's just a fucking nightmare. Choose us! I choose you! Look, he's using an Apple product and Windows! Get the pitchforks! It looks like he's fucking the floor. I wonder how expensive that apartment is or where the fuck he lives. That looks a lot like an Apple Watch. I wonder how much he makes per video. Probably quite a few. It's an AI generated house, yeah. Oh, I use that a lot. I have a shortcut on my home screen for like timers. I use it for naps. That's like, I need a 30-minute nap just to time pop up. Take like 2 seconds to take a nap. It's like one of the most used features I have on my watch. It's just timers. I probably should just learn to sleep, like, properly. Then I don't need naps, but who gives a fuck? I kind of want one of those, you know, iWatch, iPad, not iPad, iPhone, and iPods kind of charger thing, like the 3-in-1. Because right now I have like a USB charging station that I plug everything into, and then it's just cables all over the place. Oh, that looks like an old PS2 controller. Yeah, you can get like from Baroos or what they're called. And Anker, you can get one of, and also Uqueen, I think, makes those like 3 and 4-in-1 chargers. Right now I have like a USB charging station that has like 2 USB-A and 2 USB-Cs that you plug into the wall. Street Fighter! I always kind of wanted one of those like fucking retro thingies with like, oh, I used to play this game when I was a kid. I actually remember that fucking map. I think it was on the Amiga we had it. Spider-Man! Yeah, but those, one of those like retro kind of gaming thingies. So I never played a Pokemon game. I feel like a bad dude. Yeah, but it like do that out of a Raspberry Pi only makes sense if you do like one of those cabinet kind of thingies, you know? Because I'm thinking of getting a TV, and then I just want one of those retro things that I plug into the board of the USB cable, or not USB, HDMI cable. All sponsored tech products for 30 days. Holy shit. Oh, that looks neat though. I kind of want that one. That's a juicy shit. Cyborg! Oh, I seen, was Austin Evans that reviewed one of those? So apparently it's like, just plenty of buttons all over the place. And then you can use you can use like this button at the side, on top, and I don't know how, like, it's probably super good for MMOs. So it's basically just like you have a shit ton of buttons near your fingers, so you don't have to move them that much. Like for MMOs, yeah, I can see it. Oh yeah, wow, yeah. Oh, I forgot to put caption on again. So fucking stupid. Ooh, that nipple! We need some more nipple action in here. Yeah, I used to have one of those, like, razor thingies with a lot of buttons on them. That looks, yeah, it looked interesting. More LEDs. All lights. Boop, boop. Everyone wants that LED action nowadays. The fuck? LEDs for extra performance, yeah. That one of those, like, ad thingies again. I wonder how much well we can see that, because it tells us how much it is, but they spend quite a lot of money on shit like that, though. There's another projector. And he's in a new house. How old is this computer or this video? Hello. 9 months ago. Kind of want to switch now, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that game, no fun. It's probably okay for, like, you know, having it in your bedroom or something like that. I don't know. Is that another cube? It's the baby one. Bobby. Super baby. Lock it in, boy. RGB Junior, yeah. They probably are expensive. I can't remember, but I didn't notice how much it was, or I didn't read it, to be honest. Just saw it up there, but didn't read it. $170. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would buy it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Holy fuck. It's alive. Like, you probably need a massive amount of LSD to like that one. Yeah, there's one case. I have that in the front end. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's the speaker thingy. I've seen that one before. Or charge, I don't know what the fuck it was. Who the fuck comes up with shit like that? Mr. Robot is judging. I like gadgets. I used to buy a lot of useless shit. Yeah, I definitely would have paid $10 more for the cube than those. Now I want tacos. But they're super popular, those. Groovy is quite a known company, though. It's just USB sticks? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Holy shit, that's expensive. Ah, Pruite. Pruite. I wonder how a bicycle that is blocking out. Don't fucking break this shit. It looks a little bit like Ubuntu. Dirty ass screen. He's 3 hours away from Paris. Where the fuck do you live, boy? Who wants a panel? What? So you stomp on it? How much was that? Ah, no way. Yeah, no. It's basically just a big, like, every time you have to swear or sneeze kind of thing, you just hit that one. Sitting there, like, yeah, just hitting it with your feet. I don't know, dude. Hard sell. What is that alien contraption? What are you doing? Yeah, but like you have to think about you have it at your feet, so you're going to kick it and all of that fucking shit. I think it not too bad. It's cool, I guess. Kinda want one of those. Because I kinda want to go out for walks and then record it. Yeah, I guess they do, I don't know. Whee! Gimbal action! Not bad. That's kinda cool. I may buy one of those. Because I always want to record some of the stuff I get in and I have room for it. Or I can make room for it. The fuck is that? Share Geek? A slim version. Oh, it's one of those thingies. Yeah, they look cool. There's a lot of YouTubers running around with those. I don't know. I think there's a lot of hype going into those. Well, at least you can see when things are starting to kind of, you know, break or blow up in your face. Is that a lightsaber? $300? What? Oh, it's an eye tracker. Huh? Is that the one they use when they want to see if people are like watching on people's boobs and stuff like that? Oh, I would get so busted. Another advertisement. Zoe. Yeah, that's the one they use to see if people watching on girls' titties. Yeah, but the subtitles are down there, yeah. button thingy. Cool play. Cool play. Boop, 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 boop. It looks like an oversized fidget toy for people that like to push things. Yeah, buttons and knobs, yeah. Wait, that's the Chrome thingy, the Chrome game. That's kind of cool, though. I kind of want that now. It can sit. I know exactly where it can fit. I wonder how many fucking asses we need to suck to get free shit like that. Don't get distracted, just use it. Is that eyewear? Oh, is it one of those screens in your face? Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. That I see a lot of people use nowadays. Kinda want those, to be honest. Oh, it's the neck phones. No, it's not VR. It's more like augmented reality kind of thing. You see, like, you had your screen there. So I see coders use a lot because it's like having like a 14-inch screen or something like that in front of you. Whee! He's done. So am I. I need to get up early tomorrow, so I am out of here. See you all later. Have a good day and all of that jazz-lazzle. Where's my stream? There it is. But yeah, have a good day. Chillax. Take care. ND.